Ready? Watch the gate.
You're up here with Slub and Greg Buckley will be helping out with the comms here today. So a big shout out and a thank you to all of our sponsors that have turned up today. We'll be running fast and furious today. So all of the volunteers, you're going to have to make your way up there quick, smart on our turnarounds. We'll be running a race within a race within a race today. So we'll be running the Northern Region Race Series around number 2 here at the North Harbour track. We'll be running the BMX National Series around number 3 and a bonus ride in there from the Crankit. So that'll be all run under the BMX New Zealand rules, Cycling New Zealand. So make sure safety first, helmets on while you're participating in the action out here today. And a big shout out to our Chief Commissaire, Roger Hatting, and our race director, Hannah Dawson. So practice has been finished and we are commencing with our racing with our sprockets up on the track and ready to go. That'll be a 1 o'clock start off time. Greg, we are looking like we are going to be a fast and furious day today.
Absolutely fast and furious racing here at North Harbour BMX, and again a huge shout out. One of the big upsides to being a regional champs is thanks to the awesome team at BMX New Zealand and our friends at Jack Links, we are able to go live and large out to the YouTube community. We're going global with this thing, showing the world what it is like to come and race BMX down under here in Aotearoa. So a huge welcome to those that are watching far and wide. I do know off the bat that we have a crew already watching in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So usual story, if you are watching from afar, get in that comments on the chat. We'd love to know where you're watching from, and if you're a trackside, make sure you find yourself a piece of grass or fence to park yourself up on, because it is going to be fast and furious racing, like JD says, all day. Looking forward to getting these final checks and balances done. That is the thing. We like to get the checks and balances done now, because that means that as we get into the race, she runs smooth as a whistle. So good thing we're getting these things squared away right now, and make sure that we can run fast and furious for the day ahead.
Well, that's exactly right there, Greg. And a big shout out to all of our volunteers, because without them, we wouldn't be able to have our race meets as we are participating in some serious racing today. We also want to make sure that for all the riders, they understand that we'll be running a 4 motos and a semi and a final today. So we'll give you an indication of the break that'll occur for your semi and your final. And that'll be for the BMX National Series round number 3. For our NRRS around number 2, that'll be a points over, so that'll be running 3 motos today. Most will be running a Moto 1, a Moto 2, and Moto 3. So some riders will be double and triple classing, which is quite amazing to see. Those riders are competing in a round robin series, so they'll be running through with our first round up in Whangarei that's already occurred. Our round number 2 today in North Harbour will be running with East City, Mountain Raiders, Waitakere, Sunset Coast as well, and that'll be points over for those races accumulated. Now also Crankit will be running today. That'll be 4 motos with a final, and there'll be prize money on that one, so they'll be running it hot and heavy. It'll be splash for the cash as they run through. They'll also be hitting a little bit of hole shot position, so on the finals you'll be looking out to see who's got the hole shot on the A and B finals, because there'll be money on the dial for those ones, and they'll be, as they say, risking it for the biscuit, Greg.
I mean, I have to ask, JD, have you ever, if you were to talk to me about when you've risked it for the biscuit, I mean, I feel like a biscuit isn't really the best payoff for a risk, but if you kind of have to think back, have you risked it for the biscuit? That's really hard to say.
Well, look, I think we're always risking it for the biscuit here, and today happens to be Valentine's Day, so if you want to risk it for the biscuit, now is the day to do it. But it looks like we are locked and loaded up on the gate and ready to go and drop these sprockets down, and we'll be seeing who is going to risk it and what sort of biscuit they're going to risk it for.
All right, we're getting our sprockets 5 and unders thanks to Hippo Plumbing and Drainage, locked and loaded in the gate for the very first time.
In the air for February the 14th. So for those riders that are wanting to do a warm-up and cool down, that's over in behind the points hut. Just make sure you have your helmets on. It looks like these riders are ready to go and drop in the gate.
All right, we're at Sprockets 5 and unders. We've got Caleb Tang, Summer King, Spencer Dawson, Charlie Watson, Leo Harding Sheath, and Hayden Williams. And the thing here at North Harbour BMX, she's some big sweeping corners. Who's in the top spot coming at us? That is the 388 bike of Charlie Watson in the 1. We've got the 675. That is Hayden Williams in on the 3 spot. But the 388, the Hamilton rider, putting a couple of bike links back on the 2-3 as they come back towards us, looking pretty comfortable out in the front as they head down this third straight at Harbour BMX. The 388 holding on to the 1, the 762 making the way through the double there. Leo Harding Sheath in the mix, the 675 of Hayden Williams in the 3. Oh, good to see the 778. That is going to be Caleb Tang from North Harbour throwing it down, but it'll be the 388 of Charlie Watson bringing it home in the 1.
All right, that's it. We're hot and heavy into it already. Race number 2 brought to you by Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. It's Sprockets 5 and under. Dropping the gate on these boys and girls as they roll it through. We got Danson Lou coming through there. Nice work as they're coming down there. Looks like we got ourselves a whole shot contender, and he's burning rubber, gasoline, and matches. This boy is on fire as he's coming through on this first corner on the 977 plate. Looking for Brooklyn Prickard out of Tauranga. Cosmo Zaginski coming in there from North Harbour, and Taylor Lynch, and also Harry Roxborough out of Waitakere. It's a battle in the back of the pack as they're going bar to bar, just going edge to edge as they're putting it down, spoke to spoke and pedal to pedal all the way through. But out in the front, it's the 977 looking hard on the 1 plate with the 722 coming in. That's Harry Roxborough out of the Waitakere hitting it on the 2 spot, with Brooklyn Pickard out of Tauranga hitting the 1 spot as they roll it through. Nice work from these boys and girls Sprockets 5 and under, with our 3 plate coming through on the 171 looking real good. That's Cosmo Zaginski out of North Harbour.
All right, big shout out to Big Brown Industries getting in behind the Sprocket 6 girls, locked and loaded on the gate. And gate drops, we've got Harlow Steele, Amelia Keane, Mackenzie Verrett, and Madison Walker in this one. And that looks like the pocket rocket. Mackenzie Verrett out to a good start as they come in to the first corner. We'll pick up who's in the 2 spot. That is the 852 bike in the 2. And that is going to be followed by the 162 of Amelia Keane in the 3, but it is Verrett out in the front, more pumped than a pair of Reeboks as she goes through into the rhythm straight out in the top spot, following in Big Brother's footsteps. She knows how to get out in the front of a bike race. And in the 852 though, charging hard, the Sunset Coast are trying to make up the gap as they turn towards that finish line, but it looks like Verrett's going to have this one in the bag, for the first of our Big Brown Industries Sprocket 6 girls.
Race number 4 brought to you by Onyx Build, Sprocket 6 and 7 boys hitting it up as they're getting race ready, coming down the mountain looking hard and sharp as they're going 3 across on this one. Look at the racing coming back. It's going to be heating up today. Ezra Heath out of North Harbour looking real good. It's a 406 plate sitting it tight. That's Ezra Heath coming through with Rotorua sitting in on the 2 spot. Nice work in there from Millen Broughton. We got ourselves Kyle Sazzy coming in from North Harbour and Soul Bounty out of Cambridge. And we have Hudson Grace out of Whangarei, but it's whoop whoop. There's the police. It's Mad Maxwell coming in Ewan. He's looking like he's in 4th place out of East City, but it's a 406 taking her home. Nice riding in there from Ezra Heath coming in from North Harbour. The riding is phenomenal, and we are just starting out with the Sprocket 6 and 7s.
All right. Just a brief pause for technical checks and balances. We are back into Onyx Build, Sprocket 6-7 boys. Again, we've said it a number of times already today. Huge shout out to our local businesses that get in behind this level of sport. It's really easy to just look for the big flashy opportunities, but this is where sport careers are made and are built. And we do love it, seeing those businesses splash the cash, get in amongst it, open the wallets up, and make sure that race meetings like this can exist. Also, again, a huge shout out to our volunteers, people giving up their Valentine's Day. And okay, let's be honest, giving up your Valentine's Day to be here. There's partners, there's significant others that sit behind each one of those people giving up their days. So big shout out to them as well.
Well, that's exactly right. And hey, look, there's no one else that I'd rather be in the box with up here today than you, Greg. So happy Valentine's Day to you, because hey, look, I mean, if there's anybody out here that's wanting to do a little bit of Valentine's, we do have a Lover's Day special happening over in the warm-up parking lot.
On top of that, we're going to be hitting it hard with the Crankit, and we'll give you an update on how many have registered
for that Crankit.
Awesome stuff. Looks like we are locked and lit again on the gate. Onyx Build getting in behind our Sprocket 6 and 7 boys. All right, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And they are underway. We've got Hudson, Neil, Hunter Gardner, Robin Zaczynski, Paddy Gilgreen, and DJ Hunt on this one, going side to side, up and down, around about. It is going to be the low side coming through in the one. That's the 271 bike of Robin Zaczynski in the one. But look out, there is a battle pack forming in behind Robin as they go into that second corner. Who's going to come out with their nose in front? Who's going high? Who's going low? It looks like it'll be Robin hanging on for dear life, rolling through that pump section, but the 177 charging hard. Paddy Gilgreen from Cambridge trying to get a wheel up, and it is going to be one all the way to the end. I think Paddy, the Cambridge rider, might have picked that one up just by nose.
All right, as they're dropping the gate here on race number 6, and we got ourselves the 8 boys out here racing hard out in the front of the pack. That looks like that's going to be Hudson Hislop racing for the no logo team on the 311 plate out of East City represent. We have ourselves a 100 plate. That's Tanner McGuire coming through there on the North Harbour, sitting in on the 2 spot. Finn Duckett on the 101 out of Rotorua with the 916. Cohen Phillips looking good out of Tiaraha, looking real good with the Jing Young Gang coming out of North Harbour, and Jackson McIntosh and Harvey Hawkson coming back on the 101 plate, sitting in on the 3 spot. That'll be Finn Duckett looking real good. Hudson Hislop taking in on the 1 spot with Tanner McGuire coming in on the 2 spot. Nice work as they race to the finish line and cross at transponder to see these boys racing hard. Brought to you by Trackstars BMX.
All right, we are locked and loaded for the next moto. All right, gate drops again on the second of the Trackstars BMX 8 boys, and they are off like a shot into that first corner. Who is going to pick up the coveted whole shot position as they come through? It is going to be the high line or the low line, and it is going to be the 117 of Harlan Daniels, a North Harbour rider, knows his way around here, I'm sure. Done a lap or two, but on the outside shoulder comes charging hard. Looks like that's another Harbour shirt coming back at us on to that rhythm section. We'll pick up the number as they get closer. That is the 199, ripping Travis Pastrana hard. That is going to be Ollie Deitch from Waitakere. Sorry, I got it wrong. Better not get that wrong. It is Ollie Deitch. He'll go through and take the one for the Trackstars BMX 8 boys.
All right, dropping the gate on race number 8. It's the 8 boys again. Trackstars BMX mixing it up. We have Mason Roberts in there from Mountain Raiders out in the front of the pack and leading it in there. It's Freddie Stransfield from North Harbour. Beautiful line as he's taking the apex. Nice little undercut from the 7-1-7 coming in there. Beautiful work in there on the 1-1-1. That's Finn Watson and Ludo Rosenberg coming back with Jed Law, Rook Nogura coming in from the Whitetax with Mason Roberts coming back from Mountain Raiders. But out in the front and hitting it hard. That's our North Harbour rider out in the Michael Bias t-shirt, looking good with a Rosenberg coming through there on the number 2 spot. Beautiful racing as they go for the 3 spot. It'll be 3 across on the finish line. Looks like the Waitakere rider could just take it out.
All right, 8-9 girls, thanks to Taylor Liu's family. Sage Lawrence, Penelope Robertson, Miller Crawley, Evelyn Zhu, Pippa Walker, and Angel Sevilla in this one. And it looks like the Mountain Raider, Evelyn Zhu, out in the top spot. We'll pick up who is in the second. It looks going to be like it'll be the 01 plate of Pippa Walker, the skinny digit, trying to charge hard, get up on Evelyn's back wheel. A little bit of a race within a race like the rest of today, but it is these two out in front charging hard. Raiders versus Cambridge going into the 3 spot. It is going to be the 990 of Sage Lawrence holding it down for Hawke's Bay, but it'll be Evelyn Zhu. The Mountain Raider will come through and take out the 8-9 girls thanks to Taylor Liu's family.
All right, up on the gate here, brought to you by Taylor Liu's family. We have ourselves the 9 boys dropping the gate here. You're going to want to watch this one as they come through. Out in the middle of the pack with a nice race and start line. That'll be Soda Shimada riding out of East City. Wearing the Japanese in the front of the pack. Going bar to bar as the action rolls through. Nice work as they come back on the pack. The 919 hitting it good with a 223. Jacob Velasic in the mix out of North Harbour. Carter Lynch out of North Hamilton. Soda Shimada leading the pack out in the front, but it's bar to bar action for that 2-3 spot as he's going high and low, taking it, trying to get on the other line as he goes through the rhythm section on the 2 plate. That'll be the 223. Jacob Velasic trying to push it through as they work through. That's Archer Griffin in there from Cambridge and Aaron Zhu from Waitakere.
All right, another 9 boys thanks to Taylor Liu's family. Ryan McBride, Michael Mulligan, Lucas Macy, Carter Phillips, Max Miles, Archer Grimmett, and Liam Wang. And these guys are going to go side by side, bar to bar through that first corner. The 510 bike out in the top spot. Michael Mulligan from Harbour throwing it down, trying to keep that Supercross just in front of what I think is going to be Liam Wang, the 256. Charging hard on that outside. Who's going to go on the high-low as they come into this final corner? Can he cook something up, get the drive out? It is going to be the Hawke's Bay rider. Gets the line. He'll go through. He'll take the one on the 9 boys, race number 11.
Brought to you by Taylor Liu's family. 9 boys here as we get it going. North Harbour rider looking like he's strong. We got ourselves a rider down and a clash on that one. Just a reminder, if your rider does go down, please stay off the track. Let the professionals handle that. We have ourselves out in the front. That's a 110. That's Taylor Liu out of North Harbour out in the front, mixing it up as they mix down there. Also in the pack will be our other riders as we come through. Hopefully our riders down are okay. Coming back to the racing, coming through that 3rd rhythm section, and they're pumping it down hard with a 111 sitting in on the 3 spot. That's Sam Painting out of Tiadamutu hitting it hard as they go through onto the finish line, but taking it home on the 1 spot. That's Taylor Liu on the 110 with taking it in the 2 spot. That's a 111. That's Sam Painting out of Tiadamutu.
All right, taking just a brief break. Again, a huge thank you to these sponsors that have got it in behind our age groups. And again, a huge hello, welcome, and kia ora, all that good stuff to our YouTube family out there in TV land, internet land, whatever you call it these days. We absolutely love having those eyes from around the world, seeing what is happening here in little old Tamaki Makoto and the racing here at North Harbour BMX. Big hello to you guys, and get on those in that chat. Let us know where you're watching from, and let us know if you are going to be heading across to Brisbane, across to Sleeman, in July for the big one, the absolute best of the best, biggest of the biggest, the world champs over there in Australia, and making sure that we can connect up. We can say hello, we can say g'day, all that kind of good stuff. Let us know whether you're going to be over there for the world champs. We'd love to say hello.
Well, that's right, and those chats are coming through quite quickly, so let's see how far away you are and see who's on the dial and who's watching, because that'll be quite interesting to see how far away people are. We'll be happy to read out a few of those comments if we can, make our way through those. Also, a big shout out to all of the clubs that have come through. We have ourselves a plethora of numbers that have come through today as far as for representing New Zealand. Cambridge Club has come through with 21 riders. East City holding tight at 18 riders. Hamilton with 21. Harbour with 1. Hawke's Bay with 6 riders. Mountain Raiders coming with a whopping 65 riders. And New Plymouth coming with 3. North Harbour's come back with 50 riders. Parua with 9. Rotorua with 14. Sunset Coast holding strong with 15. Coming all the way from Tahiti, the sun's out. We've got ourselves 1 rider from Tahiti. Tauranga represent with 28. Tiaraha with 2. And none other than our national track, Tiaramutu coming in with 12 riders. Waitakere with 37 and Whangarei with 20. Absolutely stunning to see across New Zealand representing and coming through. As we make our way back to the top of the gate, we're up and locked and loaded. Brought to you by Daniel Chen's family, 10 boys. Pull the pin on this one. She's going to be unleashing the beast as they're coming through strong. It looks like that'll be Jaden Verrett out in the 1 spot, looking for a whole shot, getting some air on that one. But it's Kingston Hislop pushing it down. It's Jaden Verrett with a beautiful line out of Mountain Raiders. Kingston Hislop sitting in on the number 2 spot. It looks like it's Track Stars coming through on the 3 spot with Hugo Bassett coming through on the 4 out of North Harbour. Beautiful riding in there from these boys. As it's 400 plate, Blake Ty out of Tauranga, Blake Lynch in the mix. Archie Dean and Hugo Bassett sitting on the 4. The 400 plate sitting on the 3 spot. That'll be Blake Ty. Taking it home, though, it'll be Jaden Verrett in the 1. Kingston Hislop pushing hard in the 2 spot. Who's who in the zoo might have got him on the line.
All right, into the next other 10 boys. Daniel Chen's family getting in behind it. Thor Piso, Archie West, Jack Davies, Benjamin Horsecroft, Matua Nui, Drollett, Cahill Hill, Ted Gilgreen, Cooper Lawrence, and Bowden Lamb. And it is Matatini out in the top spot, followed by the Hammer. Thor Piso looking to go on the inside. The Hammer gets a wheel up. Can he get it in front? Looks like Matatini's got it covered. The 46 bike trying to make it as wide as they can, turning and burning towards home. And it's going to be Matatini. He'll take the 1 with Thor Piso locking in the 2 spot.
All right, up on the gate, race number 15, brought to you by the Chen family. Daniel Chen represent. It's 10 boys. All right, these boys will be frothing at the bit at the moment as they come through. Nice little work in there from our Hamilton rider. Looks like that'll be Blake McIntosh going hard, but it's going to be none other than into the corner. Real Bounty coming through on the 2 spot. Nice undercut from the 266 coming back on it. It's Real Boundary chasing him down. It's the Hamilton rider out in the front at the moment as is rolling hard. That'll be our Blake McIntosh holding it strong, but Real Boundary's got himself a little bit of a vision as he's trying to scope it in and push his way through, knocking down on the door through that rhythm section. It'll be anybody's game as they come through onto that final run straight, but it's a Hamilton rider out in the front by a nose. Real Boundary getting the steam. Does he have the power? Looks like we're going to have to go up to the top. He could have just nosed it out on that one.
All right, 10-11 girls thanks to riders Reddy Grittigy, Ashton Lloyd, Indy Smith, Hattie Barrington, Alicia Ashton, Georgia Poe Edwards, and Paige Whitelaw. And it is going to be formerly known as Polka Dot Poe Edwards, but now rocking an awesome new get up. Georgia Poe Edwards out in the 1. It's going to be Lloyd in the 2. I think it's Barrington in the 3, followed by G in the 4. But Georgia Poe-Edwards, she knows how to ride a bike real fast, and that is exactly what she is doing this afternoon. A couple of bike links back to Lloyd in the 2. Georgia Poe-Edwards, she'll lock and load the first win of the day for the 10-11 girls, thanks to Riders Ready.
All right, stacked and racked. We got ourselves a full gate up here, brought to you by China Castle 11 Boys. Slamming down the gate and going downtown as they get through. Cade McDonald out in the outside lane. Looks like he's got himself a good maneuver as he's pushing his way through into the corner. It's going to be bar-to-bar action. It's bar-to-bar as he pushes down on this one. It'll be the 6 plate coming down on the 667. Orlando Daniels in the 1 spot as he's out in the front contender as he's going to go win it to win it. But Jim Musters, it looks like it's going to go a high-low with Cade McDonald. Oh, he's making sure he's working his magic. It's Cade McDonald with a nice little pass as he's getting a nice little slipstream on this one through to the finish line. Cade McDonald out of Mountain Rangers taking the 1. Orlando taking the 2 spot with a nice covered plate on the 3.
All right, China Castle bringing us the 11 boys. Jacob Crawford, Bruce Cobray, Jackson Neal, Nico Martini, Jackson Ropati, Nathaniel Clifford, and Liam Wilson. And out in front, it looks like it's going to be Jackson Ropati, followed by our Tahitian Tiger. That is going to be Bruce Gobray in the 2 spot. We're picking up who's in the 3 coming back at us. It is going to be, I think, the Tauranga rider of Nathaniel Clifford, but it is all Ropati out in 1. Bruce is in the 2 spot, and it is going to be that Tauranga rider locking in the 3 spot as they bring home the bacon for the 11 boys, thanks to China Castle.
All right, it's starting to heat up out here as we get through onto these races. Nice start in there from Dylan Johns as he races through out of Mountain Raiders into that first corner. But it's Mata coming through on the first. These guys are definitely laying it down. First moto of the day, and it's already race to race. It's fast as they run through. In the 3rd place, it'll be representing No Logo coming back on that one. That's Harley Logan sitting in on the 3 spot. Dylan Johns out of Mountain Raiders sitting in on the 2. But it's Mata coming through on the 1 spot as he runs through. Racing it hot, racing it hard. These boys are definitely leaving it all on the track. Represent and brought to you by No Logo.
All right, just a little break in proceedings again, just as they do some checks and balances. We've said it once, we've said it twice. We probably, in all likelihood, will say it again. If you are in the dog box and you have forgotten, if you have completely missed that it is Valentine's Day today, chocolate, strawberries, all will be forgiven. Down in the car park, make sure you go down and see the team there, and get yourself out of a bit of a bind if you've somehow forgotten that it's in fact the 14th of February.
Well, that's right. Love is in the air today, so time to celebrate and let it loose with the Cupid's arrows. Speaking of arrows and running it hot and heavy, dropping the gate on this one. It looks like we got some skids and thrills to pay the bills out on the track, but it's Jordan Dawson representing factory components coming in on the 1 spot. Composites, that'll be Jordan Dawson in the 1 spot out of North Harbour. Nate Myers, Henry Johnson in the race. Luke Harrisfield in the mix as they come through with a Rotorua rider sitting in on the 2 spot with a little bit of arge-barge happening as he's just able to contain himself, still holding on to the position in number 2. How he was able to spill the magic on that one. Absolutely brilliant. Give a round of applause for our fallen rider. As we can see, he's back up and looking like he's okay. That's never nice to see them go down. Always great to see them back up on the feet.
All right, back up on the gate, we have our 12 girls. Big thanks to Bailey Commercial, and it is going to be Lily Hanson, Ruby Buckley, Evie Duckett, Matilda Powell, and it is going to be, who else? We got Cameron Calhoun, Ruby Harris, and Mia Grant in this one. And coming through in the top spot, it looks like Ruby Buckley's just got a nose out just in front of Grant in the 2 spot. These 2 are going to battle it out all day, I'm sure, going into their 2nd spot. Mia Grant all over Ruby's back wheel like a rash, trying to find a way through. Buckley trying to make that bike as wide as she can, but watch out, Lily Hanson on an absolute charge, trying to get through there as well. But it looks like it will be Buckley by a nose. Grant takes the 2, and Hanson comes through in the 3.
All right, brought to you by Zachnik Strawberries. We have ourselves 13 boys. Unleash the beast on this one. She's going to be sweet. She's going to be fast. You're going to want to watch this as Jai Martini is hitting the mix on the triple step up. followed in closely by Brock the Switchblade O'Neill coming through on the 2 spot, hitting it sweet in the 3 spot. That'll be Sebastian Bastiat riding the Supercross, looking mean though, going for a high-low spot down in the rhythm section. Looks like Brock Neal is going to be picking up the steam, going for another high-low, but Jai Martini is shutting down the door. Jai Martini out of Mountain Raiders holding it tight on the 1. Brock looking for it and holding on to the 2. Sebastian Bastiat sitting there on the 3 as a battle for the 4 spot.
All right, another one of our 13 boys, thanks to Zachnick Strawberries, Nathan Swain, Jackson Carroll, Charlie Pansing, Tyler Cochran, Max Whitelaw, and Josh Braithwaite. And coming through in the top spot, that is going to be the 446. That is Max Whitelaw in the top spot, Braithwaite in the 2. But he has got company in the form of a Cambridge rider charging hard up on his back wheel, back in front. Whitelaw looks to have it under control by a couple of bike links as they head into this final corner at North Harbour. Whitelaw in the 1, Braithwaite for the 2, and our pure rider. And that is going to be, I have to figure out who that is. Not sure. They'll take the 3 spot.
Well, the racing is definitely fast and furious, and it's quick today. So, riders, just make sure that you have all your gear on as you make your way up there. No panic, but as we go through, you just want to make sure all the riders have their helmets on when they're over in the practice and cool down warm-up area. Dropping the gate, brought to you by Zachnick Strawberries, 13 boys, letting loose. It's the internet sensation, brought to you by Tobias Dickinson in the 1 spot. Out of the White Taggers, Westy Express hitting it hard as we come it through. It looks like it's going to be none other than Lucas Jones, Jack Bremwell, Jack Harmon, and also Aaron Drake out of Mountain Raiders hitting the mix, but leading it from the front of the pack, it'll be Tobias Dickinson holding it tight out of White Tackery with some nice work and riding in there from the 74 plate, sitting in on the 2 spot. Nice as they roll it through with the 2. Brought to you by Zachnick Strawberries.
All right, 13 girls, brought to you by Trackstars BMX, Peyton Carroll, Eddie Harrowfield, Nissi Rennie, Devon Smith, Neve Lloyd, Charlotte Haywood, Stella Skelton, and Ruby Taylor in this one. And it is going to be none other than Addison Harrowfield out in the top spot. That explains why she's got the W1 on the front of the bike. Back in the 2, though, Stella Skelton coming on in leaps and bounds this season in her racing. She's locking in the 2 spot. And Neve Lloyd, another Mountain Raiders there in 3. Looking back, it's going to be Rennie in the 4, but Harrowfield putting on a masterclass. She'll go through and take the first win of the day for the 13 girls. Brought to you by Trackstars BMX.
Up on the gate, race number 26 of 14 boys, brought to you by Bailey's Commercial, and kicking down the gate, that's Rico Ryan riding it hard, full steam ahead with a Reef Hendricks breathing down his neck. Coming through on the first corner, it's none other than a Rico Ryan on the 1 spot. Reef Hendricks out of Mountain Raiders sitting in on the 2 spot as they roll it through, fighting for the 3 spot. There's going to be anybody's game as they roll through, but it's out in the front where the race action is happening. Participation is not happening today. He's putting it down and laying down the tracks. It's Rico Ryan taking the 1, Reef Hendricks out of Mountain Raiders taking the 2, and it's a bar-to-bar action for the 3 spot. Transponders to the top. Oh, nice little push-up.
All right, 14 boys, thanks to Bailey's Commercial, Charlie Withington, Jago Haag, Dylan Asazi, Braxton Gillard, Jack Duckett, and Coulter Joyce. And it looks like Withington is going to be in the top spot coming out of there, though. We have got Gillard in on the 2. I think that's going to be Joyce in the 3 spot, perhaps going into this 3rd straight. What have we got? It is all Withington in the 1, going deep into that final corner. Can he make it stick? No, but it'll be Withington takes the 1, Gillard in the 2 for the Bailey's Commercial 14 boys.
All right, as it's starting to heat up here, we got you brought to you by Wilkes Penny Motorcycles. It's a 14-15 girls. Beautiful line in there from Courtney Smith and Chloe Dinsdale, mixing it up as they get into that first corner. It looks like that'll be Maddie Newcomb, NZ number 1 in the 1 spot out of Rotorua, hitting it down on the as they go through with Mia Parrott out of Tauranga and Abby Story following from Mountain Raiders. Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders with Grace Larder out of the YTAC, but it's NZ number 1 plate sitting there tight on the 1 spot with the 303 with Courtney Smith, Mountain Raider sitting in on the 2, taking it in the 3 spot. It looks like that'll be none other than Chloe Dinsdale. Double check on that, but the riding is
all right, Zachnick Strawberries is bringing you the 15 boys, and we got Benny Anderson, Timothy Criswell, Jack Buckley in there as well. as Jax West, Tyler Grant, Josh Ford, and Ben Anderson. And it looks like it's going to be Ben Anderson out in the top spot for now as they go into that second straight. Creswell in the 2. Buckley sitting in the 3 spot. Grant there in on the 4. Ford there in there as well. But it is going to be Ben Anderson. He's going to go through. He'll take the 1. Creswell in the 2. And Buckley brings home the 3.
Race number 30 on the gate, 15 boys, brought to you by Zactic Strawberries. And kicking down the gate on this on the inside lane, looking tight as he rolls into that hole shot position over top of the triple. Nice little apex on the 1-3-1, kicking it down there. That'll be none other than your Liam Clifford out of Tauranga. Cullum Lyman sitting there on the 3 spot out of East City with a Hamilton rider. That's Darren Wolford coming out of there on the 6-2-3, sitting there on the 4 spot as they line themselves up, but looking for a way through on the 4-5-6. That's Max Heasey. He's sitting there on the 2. With a Cullum taking the 3 spot out of East City. Liam Clifford on the 1.
All right, Resolution Projects bringing us the 16 to 39 male 20-inch. Looks like we've only got 3 of them out there. On my sheet, which says we've got Brendan McCready, Dalio Fasilic, Jackson Lawrence, Lucas Martini, and Nick Armitage. But we are a bit light there. We'll have to see who's where and what. As they come back towards us, we'll see who's in that top spot. We'll pick up the plates. Forgot my glasses today, so we've got to squint a little bit. But it is the 108 bike. And that is the 108 bike of Jackson Lawrence from Hawke's Bay. And it looks like he'll go through and take the 1 for our 16 to 39 male 20-inch.
All right, as we get up to the top, it's race number 32. It's our women's junior. Moto number 1 still going hard. Up on the gate there, we have ourselves Chloe Roxborough out of Waitakere, Zoe Hartwell out of Mountain Raiders, Ali Biddick out of Mountain Raiders, and representing out of Waitakere's, the one, the only, the myth, the legend, Nancy James. Dropping the gate and going downtown. Ali Biddick is looking good on the 71 plate. Looks like she's going to hold on to that whole shot position with the 119. Zoe Hartwell sitting in on the 2 spot as they make their way through. On the 3 spot, on the 222 spot, spinners are winners as she's coming through on that one. It's Chloe Roxborough out of Waitakere with Nancy James on the 91 plate. Her daughter holding on to the world number 3, but it looks like it's going to be bar-to-bar action with Ellie Billick pushing hard to the final. It'll be Ellie Billick on the 1 spot with Zoe Hartwell taking the 2, and taking the 3 spot will be none other than Chloe Roxborough.
All right, next of our women juniors, we've got Lucy Lardner, Selena Pfister, Taylor Arnold, Molly Buckley, and Claire Williams going into the first corner. Looks like we've got Pfister out in the 1. It's going to be, who's in the 2 spot? I think there's going to be Taylor Arnold in the 2. Lardner managed to get a nose into the 3. Claire Williams in the 4. Molly Buckley trying to work her way back up, slicing and dicing like I said against her knives. She's trying to get back up into the mix. But it is going to be Pfister out in the 1, followed by Arnold in the 2 and Lardner in the 3.
All right, race number 34, brought to you by Big Brown Industries, a 40 to 49 male 20-inch. All right, getting into the big boys as we come through. Looks like he's putting it down and got the boys on the ropes. But it's Gareth Laughlin in the 1 spot, holding on to the whole shot position at the moment, coming from behind. But a nice little undercut on the 6-1-5 plate, dressed to impress. That'll be none other than Alex Lynch out of Hamilton. Looking strong in there. It's Ben Watson, Adam Green out of Whangarei, Desmond Anders out of Waitakere. But it's Gareth, none other than the Presidente himself on the 1-2-4, sitting tight on the 1 spot. Laughlin loaded and pulling the pin. But a nice little undercut opening up the door. It's anybody's show as they run it down onto the finish, and it looks like it's going to be transponders double check. Gareth could have just taken her out.
All right, 50 plus male 20-inch brought to you by Ma Putty Meats, Greg Hughes, Ryan Gilliford, Darren Smith, Mark Harrowfield, Lee Wilson, and Philip Armstead in this one. And coming back at us, it looks like it is going to be Hammer Hughes out in the top spot, and then it's going to be Philip Armstead, the Waitakere rider, locked and loaded in the 2. Mark Harrowfield there in the 3, followed by Lightning Lee Wilson. Coming back at us though, Greg Hughes, he has got this under control as they turn and burn towards home. He will be taking the first win of the day for the 50 plus male 20-inch, brought to you by Ma Party Meats.
Well, all of you boys and girls out there in TV land, you're going to want to watch this one as these boys are going up, down on this. They're hitting it hard as they're getting into the mix. They're pushing it down. It's going to be pedal to the metal. It's a 281 plate sitting in the one spot. These guys are leaving nothing but nothing on the track. It's Regan Smith out of Mountain Raiders in the one spot. They're going to be going hard. It's a Streetworks Crankit 15 plus, but it's bar to bar action onto that second corner into the third. It's a 291 sitting tight on it, and it'll be none other than Regan Smith sitting there on the two. Looks like they're going to be putting it Kaiti Moana and Tim Martin, Jack Buckley, Timothy Cresswell, and Tyler Dinsdale out of Whangarei.
All right, Streetworks Crankit 15 plus male, Nick Armitage, Theo Bold, Lucas Martini, Dylan Fox, Dario Fasilic, Max Richardson in this one. You blink and you miss it. It looks like that is going to be none other than Theo Bold, the Harbour rider out there in the top spot. Looking back into the two, it will be Max Richardson in the two spot. Lucas Martini locking and loading in the three with the 253 bike, charging hard up into that four spot. But it will be our Track Stars rider, I think. Goes through, takes the one for the first of the Streetworks Crankit 15 plus male.
All right, here we go. Race number 38, Streetworks Crankit 15 plus. This one's going to be fast as they put it down, but it'll be none other than a Bryson Joyce out there in the two spot, looking sharp as he push it down into the first corner. That'll be a 354 plate hitting it down. That Deacon Connor out of North Harbour in the one spot. Lance Dinsdale mixing it up in the pack with our track stars, Ben Anderson and Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga. It looks like it's going to be Bryson Joyce with a nice little whip over top of that one, trying to get its way through. It'll be a push to the finish line. It's Deacon Connor holding the one spot, Bryson Joyce holding the two. Shishing as they go through, racking up the air points on that one.
All right, we are into the Streetworks Crankit 15 plus female. And we got Nicola Mapu, Luca Penny, Tony James, Selena Pfister, and Brooke Penny in this one. And they are closer than a close thing, going three wide into that turn one. The 343 though, that is going 342. So Brooke Penny out in the one. Nicola Mapu holding it down in the two for now. We'll see who's in that three spot as they come back towards us, but it is all Penny out in the one as they rock and roll through this rhythm section. It is Mapu in the two, the 287 bike, locked and loaded in the three spot. That is Luca Penny. They'll go side by side for a drag race to the line. Who's going to get there first? It looks like it might have just been Penny by a nose for the first of the 15 plus female.
As we're mixing it up and running into the 8 to 10 cruisers, brought to you by Riders Ready. Looks like we got
one ahead.
Looks like we got ourselves Streetworks Crankit as we're pushing through. It's Sonia Rennie, Beth Walker, and Sophie Colhoun with Sophie Penny in the mix as they roll it down. Looks like a Crankit Streetworks brought to you in there and sponsored by a Snap Performance. Beautiful riding in there from these ladies out in the front of the pack on the 295 plate, holding it tight. That'll be in your one spot. That's Beth Walker on the two spot. That's Sonia Rennie out of Hamilton, taking her home and keeping her clean. Beth Walker in the one with Sonia Rennie in the two.
All right, we are into our cruisers, and that means one thing. If you're a Sprocket rider, that means you are getting close to your second round, so you need to get yourself ready to go and get around into staging for round number 2 of today's Northern Region Champs here at North Harbour BMX.
right, as we head riders to the pits, we just want to make sure that all of the volunteers, please make your way over to a change-up. That's volunteers as well. Make your way to change-up as we roll through. We want to run it quick and smart, so no time, no delay.
All right, we're going to riders ready. 8 to 10, cruiser mix. Nico Rosenberg, Rex Olsen, Jasper Sweetman, Paige Whitelaw, Bowden Lamb, Matua Nui Hill, Ben Hendricks in this one. And it is going to be Bowden Lamb out there in the top spot, going for gold, trying to get into that second corner in the top spot. Coming back at us, we'll pick up the plate, see who's who in the zoo. But it is for now the Mountain Raider Lamb out there in the one. Oh, we'll have to see what those numbers are. The 351 and 350. So Nico Rosenberg, the TA rider, in the 2, and Rex Olsen rocking and rolling in the 3 spot for our 8 to 10 cruiser mixed.
All right, up onto race number 42. Up on the gate, she's stacked and racked on this one, tighter than a jar of pickles. Jumping the gate on this one and pulling the pin, unleashing the beast to see who's got this one. Putting it down in the mix. We're on the inside lane. Beautiful run on this one. It's Jacob Crawford out of Tauranga. Jordan Dawson is mixing it up in the middle of the pack as they run it through. But he's out in the front of the pack as he's going down. Brought to you by a Factory Composites. It's Jordan Dawson in the 1 spot. Nice riding in there from Jacob Crawford with J.D. Pistorius out of Hamilton. Nathaniel Clifford and Max Olson. But Hattie Barrington is mixing it with the boys. Luke Harrisfield out of Mountain Raiders and Baden Prescott out of Tiadamutu. It's anybody's show, but out in the front end, making sure nice little manual over top the tabletop. It's Jordan Dawson taking the 1 spot, hitting it home. Brought to you by No Logo 1112 Cruisers.
All right, big shout out to Wilkes Penny Motorcycles getting in behind our 15 to 29 Cruiser Mail, getting ready to go on the gates here at North Harbour BMX. All right, gate drops, 15 to 29, Cruiser Mail, Brock, Bomber Nelson, Brandon McRae, Travis Marshall, Liam Clifford, Jago Haag, Zachary Arnold, Finn Barrington, and Kaya Timoana. They are rocking and rolling through, and it is going to be Track Stars rider out in the top spot. We'll have to pick up who it is as they come back towards us. It is going to be the 541 bike out in the top spot. And it looks like, I don't know about you, JD, it looks like it's a bit of a Sunday cruise out there. They're just trying to lock and load a few points today. But it looks like we've got that 15 to 29 Cruiser Mail out the way for the first time today.
Well, that's right. Some of these boys will be double classing out there, so they'll be saving their legs for the finals as they rip it and roll it out on the track at the moment. Brought to you by Carbon Addiction is none other than the 35 to 44 Cruiser Males with Johan Rosenberg mix it up in the number 3 spot. Lance Ninsdale holding tight on the 2 spot. And it looks like that's going to be none other than the beautiful ride. And it looks like he got himself a little mixed on top of that step up as he rolled it down. But Ben Byrne coming through in there. Adam Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay and Ben New out of Whangarei.
All right, we are into the Bailey's Commercial 14 Plus Cruiser Females for the first time today. Awesome to see this such a stacked and racked gate. Absolute legends of the sports, these ladies. And some household names in there as well. All right, gate drops, Bailey's Commercial bringing us the 14 Plus Cruiser Females and that familiar sight of Tony James out in the top spot. We'll have to see though who's in the rest of the pack. We've got the 200 bike of Taylor Arnold in the 2 spot, Zoe Hartwell in the 3, as well as our little rider of Amy Duckett there in 4, followed by Steph Howick, but back out in front again. There's a reason why she rides at the pointy end of the pack. Tony James, sorry, out there in the 1. Going through and lock in and loading the first win of the day for the 14 Plus Cruiser Female.
All right, up on the gate is race number 46. That's 50 to 54. Cruiser males, big boys, coming out as they come over top of that table and into the second double there, into the step up. It looks like that's going to be Matt Bold out of North Harbour in the 1 spot. On the 1-1-0, sitting tight on the 2 spot. That'll be Daza Parrott out of Tauranga, and fighting for the number 3 spot as they roll through. Mark Harrisfield with an undercut, holding it tight as he's putting it down. Rock me mama like a wagon wheel. These boys are definitely mixing it up, but he's suffocating in number 2 spot. It's Daza sitting there tight. It's Matt in the 1 spot, Daza in the 2, Mark Harrisfield taking the 3. Bringing her tight up there on the northern region champs. So we have ourselves the NRS cadets, 8 to 10-year-olds. Dropping the gate, and we have ourselves a nice little line in there from, looks like that's Kingston Hislop out of No Logo, sitting there tight with East City with Emmanuel over top of the double into the triple as it's Kingston in the 1 spot. Nice little work as he's spinning it down. That'll be the 101. That'll be Jack Davies out of Fungaray mixing it for the 3 spot. That's Real Bounty coming through on the 3, mixing it tight on the 4 spot. That'll be Haro Shimada out of East City sitting tight on the 4. Kingston Hislop has got some company in the form of Jack Davies out of Fungaray going high, looking for a little bit of a low spot, and looks like he could have him. Jack Davies got there. Oh, it's going to be a push to the finish line. Kingston noses it out, takes the 1. Jack Davies out of Fungaray on the 2. Real Boundary on the 3.
If you, in case you missed it, make sure if you are a Sprocket rider, you should be well around into the pits by now, into staging, because we are getting underway with round number 2 very, very soon. But on the gate now, we've got our NRRS cadets, the 8 to 10s, ready to rock and roll for the second moto of today.
And that's just a reminder for all the volunteers to make sure that you relieve the volunteers that are up there. So make sure you get over there and drop your gear to get there.
All right, 3 horses in this race. We got 4 on the sheet, but Jack Green, Soda Shimada, Bowden Lamb, Archie West. And we'll have to see who that is in the top spot. That is the 01 plate of Soda Shimada out in the 1, Bowden Lamb in the 2. And I'm guessing that is going to be the 218 of Archie West, the Cambridge rider, locked and loaded in the 3. There might be only 3 out on the track, but they'll be battling hard the whole way around. They want to lock in as many points as they can. But the 01, Soda Shimada, getting low into that final corner, puts the hammer down. And I think he's got enough gas in the tank. Bowden Lamb's making a late charge. What is going to happen on the line? That is going to be one beyond my pay grade.
Dropping the gate here, we have the NRS rookies 11 to 13. It's Jackson Roputty taking the 1 spot at the moment, but it's going to be a push to push as they come through on that number 2 spot. It'll be, a nice little undercut. That looks like that's Orlando Daniels coming through on that one as he's pushing down on there. Josh Berthenwhite in there. Jordan Dawson on the mix. Jaden McDonald coming through on there as well. That'll be Caden McDonald in the number 2 spot as he's pushing hard and heavy as he's trying to get down and breathe onto that one as they're getting through and back on the gas. It's Jackson Roputty holding it down with Caden McDonald in the 2.
All right. We are into another of our NRRS rookies, 11 to 13. Harley Logan, Lennon Hayes, Stella Skelton, Eddie Harrifield, Thomas Bramwell, Tobias Dickinson, Dylan Johns, and Max Whitelaw. And out in the skinny digit position is the W1 of Eddie Harrifield. Doing the business, got a bike length or 2 back on Dylan Johns, though. Don't mistake the small stature for being slow, though. This kid can ride a bike. He'll be up on Eddie's back wheel before you know it, trying to cook something up in the final corner. What is going to happen? He gets out of the corner early, got a bit of drive there. Can he get a nose in front? They are going to go side by side and put the technology to work. And that is one that, again, I won't be able to call. That will be for technology to do.
All right, dropping the gate on this one. It'll be the NRS experts 14 to 16. It's Rico Ryan sitting in on the 1 spot with Braxton Gillard. It looks like out of No Logo sitting in on the 2 spot. Who's in the 3 spot? That'll be Coulter Joyce sitting there on the 3 as they make their way through. Coulter Joyce out of Mountain Raiders hitting tight into that second corner as they're pushing it hard. They're halfway there and living on a prayer. It's Rico Ryan in the 1, taking her home onto the finish. Braxton Gillard out of No Logo sitting tight on the 2 with Colt Joyce out of Mountain Raiders taking in on the 3 spot. NRS 11 to 13. 14 to 16. My apologies.
All right, NRRS Masters by name, Masters by nature. ready to rock and roll, the 35 plus. All right, Gareth Lachlan, Ben New, Adam Green, Matt Bold, Sonia Rennie, and Greg Hughes in this one. And it is going to be Bold and Hughes going bar to bar, but it looks like the local lad is going to be Bold with a bold move through that first corner. He gets out himself in the whole shot position. Hughes there in the 2 spot. Gareth Lachlan loaded on the 3. What are these 3 going to get up to as they come down this rhythm section? Can someone get underneath? No, it's going to be Bold. He'll hold on. He'll go through and take the one for the 35 plus Masters NRRS.
All right, that's wrapping up moto number 1. That's as quickly as it's going to run. She's fast and she's furious. So lickety split, let's get into race number 53. Brought to you by Hippo Plumbing and Drainage, Sprockets 5 and under. Letting them loose, unleash the beast as they come through. These boys are tight in the middle of the pack there. Looks like that's going to be none other than Leo Hart out of sheath. Hayden Williams, Aoronga, and Summer Kane out of Pyrua. We can see the crowd is getting in behind these boys. It's Harry Roxburgh out of Waitakere and Cosmo Zaginski. It's a 7-2-2 plate, sitting tight in the 1 spot. That'll be Harry Roxburgh sitting in on the 2. It'll be 6-7-5. Hayden Williams coming in there tight as they roll it down and back into it. Looks like these boys are getting over top of the mountain and pushing hard as they're grazing it tight. These kids are just knee-high to a grapple topper, but it's 7-2-2 in the 1 spot with a 7-6-5 sitting in on the 2. That's Leo Harding Sheath with the 7-2-2. Harry Roxburgh out of Waitakere taking her home in the 1 spot, taking the checkered flag. Nice riding in there from those boys. Sprockets 5 and under.
All right, we're into another one. Hippo Plumbing and Drainage bring us the Sprockets 5 and under. Charlie Watson, Taylor Lynch, Caleb Tang, Brooklyn Pickard, Danson Liu, and Spencer Dawson. And it is awesome to see these little legs going a million miles an hour trying to get around this big track here at North Harbour BMX. But the 977 Brooklyn Pickard getting out on a flyer. A couple of bike links back to the 2 spot, but look out. He's rocking and rolling on his way in to that second corner here at North Harbour BMX. What are these 2 going to get up to? Great to see Lily's out there. Some looking like they're out here for the first time. That is the 388 bike trying to do their best to stay in the mix as they turn towards the finish line. This is where we need to get nice and loud. This is where memories are made. The 778. Oh, holding on to it. Can he hold on to it? The 780 though, a little bit of a wobble, manages to get through. Fantastic stuff from the little guy.
Holding it tight as we get into these boys and girls with the Sprocket. 6 girls up on there. Nice little work in as they roll it down. Spinners are winners, and you can see the grins on these faces as they're coming around that first corner. It'll be the 5 plate coming in there tight. That's a 589 with Mackenzie Verrett out of Mountain Raiders. Her brother is quite a rider as well, so these guys are definitely have it in the family. It's Mila Keane coming in out of Power and Madison Walker out of Hamilton, but it's Kenzie Verrett out of Mountain Raiders holding it tight in the 1. It's 852 Harlow Strassel coming in out of Sunset Coast, sitting there on the 2 spot. Nice work as they get it back and tacking it down. It's Hamilton sitting for the 3, but breathing down the neck, and it could be a change of position. It's to the finish line all the way. It's Sunset Coast. It's Mountain Raiders. Oh, it looks like Sunset Coast could have just taken that one out.
Pleased to have the microphone in hand. Onyx Build brings us the Sprocket 6-7 boys. Max Ewan, Millen Barton, DJ Hunt, Ezra Heath, and Hudson Neal. And it is going to be the 406 out in the top spot, the 402, 405. So DJ Hunt, wicka, he's looking like he is trying to hold on to that 2 spot. Can he make that bike nice and wide? Because it looks like we've got a Rotorua rider trying to get through on the 3. But back at us in the commentary hut, the 406 looks to have the laser focus on going into that 3rd corner. Can he keep that bike rubber side down as they turn and burn towards the finish line? It looks like he will. 406 rider of Ezra Heath doing the business, local lad, and he'll take the win.
putting down the pedals and see the revolutions as these ones go through. It's the revolutions to the evolutions, but it looks like out in the middle, it's Hudson Grace in there. Kyle Sazzy's in the mix as well, up the Waz as he's pushing it hard, but out in the one spot as he's coming through with a beautiful line and an apex and an undercut on the 271. That's Robin Zaginski. It's Robin Hood. Looks like he's trying to get himself up into that coveted number 1 spot, but at the moment he's sitting tight in the 2 spot, breathing down the neck, trying to figure out a way through as they come through onto that rhythm section. You don't want to miss a beat because you're out the rhythm, but it's, oh, he's going for an undercut, and it looks like he's just sliced and diced and threading the needle. No, it's out in the top, and it's coming through. It's Robin Zazinski in the number 2 spot. Hunter Gardner in there, Kyle Sassy and Hudson Grace, but Patty Gilgren out of Cambridge and Soul Boundary.
All right, we are into the Track Stars 8 boys. Jackson McIntosh, Jing Yang Yang, Jasper Sweetman, Mason Roberts, Cohen Phillips and Ollie Deach. And it is going to be the Waitakere rider of Ollie Deach in the 1 spot coming through. It is going to be a couple other riders. We just missed the plate as they came through, but Ollie Deach, he's going to be the Waitakere rider out in the top spot. Couple of bike lengths back in on the 2. And the Waitakere Express getting it back out in front, but it is going to be the 651 followed by the 312 and the 916 going through into that final corner. But the Waitakere Express, Ollie Deach, he'll go through and take the Track Stars 8 boys win.
All right, up on the gate, it's race number 59. It's brought to you by Track Stars. Dropping the gate on the 8 boys here. Beautiful riding in there. It looks like Freddie Stranfield is racing hard with a Hudson Hislop, racking up the air points as he comes through onto that triple. It's Hudson Hislop out of East City in the 1 spot. Freddie Stranfield out of North Harbour, sitting it tight on the 2. East City rider sitting in on 3. That'll be Haro Shimada coming in through there. Bam Bam coming in the mix as well. And it looks like that's Harvey Hoskin and Archer Strassel coming in out of Sunset Coast. Beautiful riding in there on these boys, but breathing down and looking for a way through. Can he thread the needle? Does he have the time? As the lactic acid starts to build up, it'll be Hudson Hislop out of East City on the no logo, taking the 1. Freddie Stransfield out of the North Harbour taking the 2, and it looks like that'll be East City, Haro Shimada on the 3 spot.
All right, 60 races deep, and we are back at it. The Track Stars BMX 8 boys, Ludo Rosenberg, Fletch Stevens, Finn Watson, Finn Duckett, Tanner Maguire, Harlan Daniels, and Rogue Neguera. And coming through, it is going to be the 342. Going hard out of that corner, Ludo Rosenberg from TA, trying to get out into the whole shot position. The lock and load, the advantage going into the second corner, getting onto that pole line, sticking to it like glue as they come back towards us in the commentary hut. It is Rosenberg locked and loaded in the 1 spot, but got company in the form of the 147. The Harbour rider looking to try and find a way through, but Rosenberg, he'll go pillar to post, start to finish, and lock in the win for the 8 boys Track Stars BMX.
All right, brought to you by the Lewis family. That's Taylor Lewis family. It's 8 to 9 girls. Beautiful line as they come down the mountain and into it, onto the triple, into that first corner. Holding on to that whole shot position will be your Mountain Raiders. That'll be the number 354, Evelyn Zhu out of Mountain Raiders. Sage Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay. Pippa Walker holding it tight in the mix as they're coming down. Miller Crawley out of the Waitakere, and Angel Savia out of Mountain Raiders also holding it down. But it's Evelyn Zhu on the 1, and it'll be the Oshi, number 1, Pippa Walker holding the 2 spot. Nice riding in there as they come through. It's definitely a slicing it and a dicing it.
All right, we are into race 62. Brought to you by Taylor Luke family. 9 boys, Taylor Liu, Lucas Macy, Michael Mulligan, Gus Harris, Cruz Kane, Carter Lynch, and Soda Shimada in this one. And it looks like Shimada's there in the 3 spot, but charging hard up into the 2. What is going to happen as they go through this second corner? Bar-to-bar action, bumping their way through onto the rhythm straight, but for now it is going to be the 510 with just a little bit of a nose in front. The Harbour rider riding some aggressive line, slicing and dicing, but our 510 bike, Micah Mulligan, the Harbour rider, will lock and load the win for the 9 boys.
Dropping the gate, it's brought to you by a Loose family. It's the 9 boys on this one. They're starting to heat up on this as they getting it down. Bring out the deep heat because these boys are definitely turning in a burden. It just went from a lukewarm to hot, as you can hear the crowd participation getting in behind. We got some barge happening on that one as they're coming down that second into the third corner. They're running on dreams and gasoline, but back on the gas through that rhythm section in a pumping forth some speed. Nice little work as we get it down on the Ocean 7. That'll be Max Miles sitting in out of East City on the 3 spot. He's got his work to do to get into the number 2 spot. We have ourselves Jacob Vlasic and Orion McBride, Sam Panting and Jack Green, Carter Phillips out of Tiara, and Archer Maloney.
All right, 9 boys brought to you by Taylor Lou's family. Archer Griffin, George Byrne, Archer Grimmett, Liam Wang, Aaron Zoe, and Cruz Yang. Oh no, we got to write it down. But that is going to be the 256. That is going to be none other than Liam Wang out there in the top spot. Good to see our rider back up and they're going again. Wang out in the front with a couple of bike links back to the next rider coming towards us. He just goes into cruise mode. Got to keep it pointing the right way towards the finish line. But it is going to be the 878. I think it is the 878 of George Byrne. He is in the 2 spot, but it will be Liam Wang. Capitalizes and goes through and takes the 1.
All right, here we go as they're dropping the gate on this one. Thor's getting a nice little line, but it's Matua. Oh, he's got the wobbles. Thor's in the 2 spot. Kingston in on the 3, also getting it. It looks like that'll be Matua. Pedal in the air. That's Matua, and we're coming through on the number 1 spot. Thor Pizzo out of Hamilton sitting in on the 2 spot. Kingston Hislop out of East City hitting on the 3, with Hugo Bassett out of North Harbour in the 4 spot as they wrapping it down and packing a punch. It's Matua in the 1 with a nice little manual over top of that one in the rhythm section. Thor's got his work cut out as he comes through, looking for a way through, but it's Matua in the 1, Thor Pizzo in the 2, Kingston Hislop in the 3, and wrapping it up in the mix, it's Dylan Smith, it's Archie West, Rex Olson, and Nico Rosenberg.
All right, Daniel Chan's family brings us the 10 boys. Cole Gill, Blake McIntosh, Jaden Verrett, Bowden Lamb, Vander Barton, Blake Lynch, Jack Davies, and Charlie Robinson. And it is the pocket rocker, Jaden Verrett. He is out to a rap snorter, picks up the whole shot. Coming back through, though, that is going to be 101, Jack Davies from the Flying Cadet, coming down State Highway 1, throwing it down here at Harbour BMX, but Mr. Verrett out there in the top spot. Little look over the shoulder. Keep your eyes on the prize, buddy. Don't let the wind blow through, but it will be Jaden Verrett. Can he hold on? Oh my gosh, we got a bit of mountain biking in there as well. Great racing from our 10 boys.
Dropping the gate here, we have ourselves the 10 boys, brought to you by Chen Family. And it looks like it's a mix up in the race. It's the Track Stars out there, Real Boundary in the 2 spot. It'll be anybody's race in the middle of the pack with a beautiful line and undercut as they roll it through. It's coming down with a pedal over top. It's Real Boundary in the 2 spot. It's the Track Stars sitting tight in the 1 spot. Ben Hendricks out of Mountain Raiders in there. Ted Gilgren coming through with Ryan Kim. Blake Ty out of Tower on the Real Boundary out of Cambridge. Cooper Lawrence in the mix. It's Real in the 2. As they're putting it down, it's Archie Dean out of Cambridge and Benjamin Horscroft out of Sunset Coast. But pushing it, it's Track Stars taking the 1, Real Bounty taking the 2.
A little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. Just as we check in on a couple of things. Big shout out to, again, our YouTube family. Great to see views coming in. We've got a couple of viewers there in the States. Oregon represents. Michigan represent. Good to see those guys on the live stream. And again, if you haven't already done so and you are trackside, make sure you share it with friends and family up and down the country or internationally. We love to get eyes on what we're up to. And again, a huge thanks to our mates at Jack Links as well, being able to make that happen.
All right, dropping the gate on this one as we get it through. It looks like that'll be brought to you by Riders Ready, with Georgia Poe Edwards in the 1 spot, holding the whole shot position out of the Mountain Raiders. And that'll be in the mix. It'll be Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Coast on the no logo, sitting in on the 3 spot. The Mountain Raiders rider sitting in there. That'll be Greta Shu coming through with Ashlyn Lloyd coming in the mix. It'll be Alicia Ashton out of Pirua with Paige Whitelaw. Hattie Barrington holding tight on the 3 spot, but sitting in on the 2 spot. That'll be NZ number 3. That'll Ashlyn Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders, but taking it home, none other than Georgia Poe Edwards out of Mountain Raiders.
All right, 11 boys, thanks to China Castle, Orlando Daniels, Nathaniel Clifford, Jackson Ropati, Lyndon Hayes, Bruce Gobray, Noah Taylor, Jackson Neal, and Jacob Crawford. These two battled it out in the first moto today, but it is going to be Jackson Ropati in there on the 1 spot. What can he do? He is going to be chased down hard by Bruce in the 2 spot. These two are going to be battling it out all day. The 567, and that is going to be none other than the 667 of Orlando Daniels. He'll come through. He'll take the 3. Ropati 1, Go Brave 2, and the Daniels for the 3.
Race number 70 already brought to you by China Castle, bringing it loud and proud. It's 11 boys. Nice work in there from Caden McDonald, laying it down over top of the triple step up with the apex. You can see he's swinging the body, getting that little extra momentum and a swing through. It's Liam Wilson in there. Luke Buckley sitting tight out of Mountain Raiders as they're pushing it down. Nico Martini sitting there on the 3 as they're coming down and back at us in the rhythm section, shaking it down. It's in the 2 spot. That'll be your NZ number 2, George Wu out of Hamilton, Oliver Leithart out of Tauranga in the mix, Charlie Mitchell out of Cambridge, but taking it home, it's Caden McDonald.
All right, 12 boys brought to you by No Logo Oceania, Braden Prescott, Luke Harrowfield, Travis Anderson, Jordan Dawson, Isaac Singh, Max Olsen, and Jackson Lawrence. Looking at who is in that top spot. Oh my gosh, they are wheel to wheel, bar to bar as they go down the second straight. What is happening out there? It is going to be Olsen in the 1, I think it is, but looking to try and get under like a 90s haircut. It is going to be the 782 going on the aggressive line out of that third straight. Can he pedal it out of it? It is going to be the 782. What a ride out of that third corner. Jordan Dawson, the Harbour rider, knows his way around and will take the win.
Dropping the gate on the race number 72, and it looks like that's Dylan John sitting in on the 2 spot. Oh, he's pushing hard, but nice take. It looks like that's Matt out of North Harbour taking the 1 spot. These boys are definitely heating it up. No Logo sitting in on the 3 spot. That'll be none other than Harley Logan out of North Harbour in the 3. Mixing it up in the middle of the pack, Thomas Brathwell with J.D. Pistorius, Henry Johnson out of the White Taxi, and Nate Myers out of Tauranga. But out in the front, leading it by a country mile, that'll be Mata coming through on the 1. Dylan Johns is working hard in the 2 with Harley Logan mixing it up and treading hard on the No Logo Oceania number 3.
All right, Bailey's Commercial, 12 girls, and it is going to be Cameron Calhoun, Matilda Powell, Evie Duckett, Ruby Buckley, Ruby Harris, Mia Grant, and Lily Hansen in this one. We'll see who's come out in the whole shot. That is going to be Ruby Buckley, though, like the last time. Mia Grant all over, and it looks like Grant's rolled it into the second corner. What is going to happen as they come through? Calhoun sitting there in the 2. Mia out in the front, Ruby in on the 2 spot. Can Ruby get the back as they turn and burn towards home? Grant's got a couple of bike links now back on Buckley, and Hansen's doing the business. It is absolutely awesome racing from these 12 girls, thanks to Bailey League Commercial.
Race number 74 brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries out there. Jai Martini hitting the whole shot position. Jackson Carroll sitting in on the 2 spot as they make their way into the first corner, lighting it up and screaming down that second. That'll be Jai Martini in the 1 spot out of Mountain Raiders, locking and loading. And this boy is definitely got the power in the pedal, and he's pushing down the metal as he gets down onto this one. It's the 88 plate. Don't be late. Taking it home, Jai Martini, Jackson Carroll in the 2 spot, picking it up on the 3 spot. Then Thomas Ford, Lucas Johnson, and Charlie panting out at Tiaramuttu, looking sharp.
All right, 13 boys brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries, Austin Shaw, Nathan Swain, Max Whitelaw, Brock O'Neill, Finn Barrington, and Aaron Drake coming through in the whole shot. That is the 446. That is going to be Max Whitelaw in the 1. Looks like that could be O'Neill in the 2 spot, the Tiaramuttu rider. These 2 banging bars as they come down to the 3rd straight towards us, the 446, followed by the NZ4 and the 305. But it is going to be Whitelaw, I think. He'll hold on to it as they head for the line. And our 13 boys brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries.
Brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries. It's the 13 boys dropping the gate. Tobias Dickinson holding on to the 1 spot. Sebastian Bassett hanging in there like a loose tooth in the 2 spot as he comes around on the corner, and he's breathing down his neck. It'll be tire to tire as they come down on that second into the second corner. Tobias Dickinson out of wide tacker. He's holding it tight, but it's the local hero, Sebastian Bassett. It's his home track, and he's going to push out on the outside lane, see if he can make it work. It's Sebastian on the 2 spot. It looks like Tobias Dickinson has got the legs on him on this one, over top of the tabletop and through the last Humpty Dumpties. It'll be none other than Tobias Dickinson in the 1, Sebastian Bassett in the 2.
All right, Trackstars BMX bringing you the 13 girls. Neve Lloyd, Ruby Taylor, Charlotte Hayward, Addie Harrowfield, Nessie Rennie, Stella Skelton, Devon Smith, and Peyton Carroll. And get Elon Musk on the phone because we've got a rocket out in front in the form of Addie Harrowfield. Couple of bike links back to Stella Skelton in the 2 spot, followed by Lloyd in the 3 and Rennie in the 4. Hayward's in the 5 spot as they turn and burn towards home, but it looks like Harrowfield's got this one locked up, and she'll take home another win for our 13 girls.
Up on the gate and dropping it quick, going downtown. It's brought to you by Bailey's Commercial. Looks like we got ourselves a smooth criminal out in the front. That's Rico riding hard on the 1 with a no logo. Braxton Gillard in the 2 spot out of no logo. It's Reef Hendricks sitting there out of Mountain Raiders in the 3 spot. It's anybody's show in the middle of the pack as they putting it down, but nice little work and rhythm. He's putting the power in as going 3 across on the 3 corner. It's Reef Hendricks sitting there tight. Looks like he's got that one locked for the 3 spot. Braxton Gillard taking the 2. Rico Ryan in on the 1 spot.
All right, Bailey's Commercial bringing us the 14 boys, and it is going to be Coulter Joyce, Charlie Burke, Hamish McIntosh, Josh Eppy, Jago Haig, and Dylan Sazi. And the 911, that is going to be Coulter Joyce. The American Emergency out in the top spot. Coulter Joyce putting a couple of bike links back on the rest of the pack as they go into this 3rd straight. Joyce in the 1, the 333 bike in on the 2. NZ5 looking to try and hold on to the 3 spot. That's Sazi getting a roll on out of that 3rd corner, heading for home. He'll take the 2. Joyce for the 1, Sazi for the 2 in our 14 boys.
Dropping the gate, and it's hammer time as they're pushing it down on this. It looks like that'll be the 14 to 15 girls, brought to you by the Wilkes Penny, pushing it tight in the corner. It'll be anybody's show as they get down, but it's a 777 plate in the 2 spot. That'll be a nice little work in there from Mia Parrott sitting there on the 2. But in the 1, that's Maddie Newcomb out of Rotorua sitting there in the 1 as they follow the leader down on the rhythm section and see who's got the legs to push it down with a Maddie. Nice little look over her shoulder. She's got this one wrapped up tighter than a Mexican burrito. Grace Launder in there, Chloe Dinsdale, and Maddie Newcomb taking her home. Abby Storyfelling in the mix.
All right, 15 boys, brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries, Ben Anderson, Travis Marshall, Tyler Grant, Creswell, Lyman, and Hey, it's Saturday. And out in front, it is going to be none other than Ben Anderson, followed by Timothy Creswell and Max Hey, it's Saturday. He is back in the mix after a hiatus. Great to see this kid back out on a bike again, doing the business and throwing it down in the 3 spot. But it is going to be Ben Anderson. Little look back to see where the rest of the pack is. He'll go through. He'll take the 1, Creswell for the 2, and Hey for the 3.
Dropping the gate and another roll of dice as these boys are punching hard. It's brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries. It's a 15 boys. Joshua Ford out in the mix out of Tara, but Emerson Hohaya in the mix as well, sitting in on the 5 spot out in the front of the pack and running hard. It'll be none other than Joshua Ford, Durain Wolford, Jack Buckley, Jack Weth, and Liam Clifford as they're coming back at us. It'll be the 254 plate sitting in the 1 spot. That's Jack Buckley out of Mountain Raiders on the 131. That's Liam Clifford sitting tight on the 2. Hamilton bringing it home on the 3. That is Durain Wolford.
All right, Resolution Projects bring us a 16 to 39 male 20-inch, and it looks like that is going to be Armitage, McRae, and Fasilic maybe. We'll have to look who's there. We got 5 on the sheet, 3 on the track. That means a couple of people might be resting the legs for Superclass, I would suggest. But looking out who's there, it is the 108 bike out there alongside the 270 and the 86. That is Jackson Lawrence, Brandon McRae, and Nick Armitage doing the business in the 16 to 39 male 20-inch.
All right, as we step into it, it's race number 84 already. It's a women's junior out in the front. That's going to be none. Oh, we got ourselves a rider down and a double crash. That is not nice to see. Hold the gate on that one. Hold the gate. As we come through, we have ourselves our riders in the mix. Hopefully everybody is okay as they come back onto that second corner. Nancy James, Lucy Lardner, Zoe Hartwell, and Chloe Roxborough. Coming back up on there is the 222 plate. Give her a round of applause. That's a Chloe Roxborough out of the Waitackery. Hopefully she's okay. Our other rider is making her way back up onto the track. Give them a round of applause as they get back up there. That's a women's junior. As we see who is who on the 406 plate. That's Lucy Lardner out of the Waitaker. You can see the crowd getting in behind them. She took a little nasty fall down on that triple. So good to see back up on their feet. They build them tough out there out west in the Waitaks.
All right, women's juniors. We got Selena Pfister, Molly Buckley, Taylor Arnold, and Ali Biddick. And it is Biddick out in 1, Arnold for the 2, Pfister for the 3, and Buckley for the 4 as they go through. It's Biddick in the whole shot. Arnold slots in to the 2 spot. Pfister there in the 3, Buckley for the 4. Coming back through, it looks like they're going to stay pretty much single file as they come down into the 3rd straight. Biddick out on a couple of bike links back to Arnold. Pfister, though, trying to make his way up into the 2 spot. But it'll be Biddick, goes through, takes the 1. Arnold for the 2 and Pfister for the 3.
Dropping the gate on race number 86. It's the Big Brown Industries of 40 to 49 males coming in here. We got some contenders out in the front. That's Gareth Laughlin in the 1, in the 6-1 of 5. Down tight, it's Alex Lynch out of Hamilton. Gareth Laughlin's definitely got this one dialed in on this as he's getting it down. But it's number 615. Alex Lynch has got himself some work, but they're definitely firing it straight and narrow. It looks like a nice little undercut in there from Lynch on that 1 spot. It looks like he's going to be able to take it home. Oh, a little arch losing his cream. It looks like that'll be Gareth Howden settle for 2.
All right, 50 plus male 20-inch. Brought to you by My Party Meats, Lee Wilson, Ryan Galliford, Philip Armstead, Greg Hughes, Darren Smith, and Mr. Mark Arrowfield. Coming through in the top spot. It looks like it's going to be Hughes, Armistead, Wilson, and Harrowfield. Harrowfield and Wilson trying to battle it out for that 3rd spot. Looks like Harrowfield's got a nose in front just for now. Lightning Lee Wilson not to be messed with, though. He wants to come back and get on that podium finish. But it'll be Hughes, followed by Armistead, and Harrowfield taking the 3.
All right, as it's starting to heat up as they get out through, it looks like that's going to be Deacon Connor sitting in on the 1 spot. Beautiful whole shot position and nice gate. Textbook gate as he comes through with an apex on that one. Running it tight on the plate. It'll be in the 2 spot, and it looks like that'll be none other than Regan Smith in the mix on the 281 with Max Richardson on the 226 getting it down. But it's going to be bar to bar. It's Max Richardson taking the 2 spot. Deacon Connor just relaxing as he pushes it down. But it's Max Richardson coming through on the 1 out of North Harbour. Taking in the 1, Maxi.
All right, another Crankit 15 plus male. Lance Dinsdale, Tyler Dinsdale, Timothy Criswell, Theo Bold, Dylan Fox, and Bryson Joyce. Let's be honest, there's not too many parts of the world you see father and son racing in the same moto, and that is testament to the Dinsdale family. They are a family of racers getting out there, getting amongst it. But it looks like it is Bold in the 1, Joyce for the 2, Dinsdale for the 3. The 253 bike, that is going to be Dylan Fox in the 4. And that'll be the 15 plus Crankit.
All right, 15 plus Crankit and cranking it they are. It's Ben Anderson holding tight on this one. Dario Pistolic in the 2 spot, but it's Ben Anderson holding the whole shot position out of track starts. He's in the 1 as he's rolling it down. Ben Anderson holding it tight on the 911 plate, written it hard, but it'll be Nick Armstridge in there, Kaiti Moana and Tim Martin. Dario Pistolic sitting tight on the 2 as they burn rubber, but it'll be nice 2-2-7 coming through on the 3. That's Kaiti Moana out of New Plymouth. Taking her home, Ben Anderson in the 1. Dario Fistolet in the 2, Kaiti Moana in the 3.
All right, now not to be outdone, we are into our Crankit Streetworks 15 plus females. Sonia Rennie, Selena Pfister, Sophie Penny, Luca Penny, and Tony James. And coming out in the whole shot, it looks like it is the one of the Pennies in the top spot, followed by James, splitting the twins in 2, but it'll be Penny for 1, James for 2, Penny for 3, Pfister in the 4. And they are going to go absolutely hammer and tong all the way to the finish. And that'll be the first of the 15 plus female Crankit.
Second, bringing it home, it's Streetworks Crankit 15 plus with a nice gate start in there from Brooke Penny in the whole shot position in the 1. It'll be Arch Barge and bar to bar action in the 2 spot as the Hamilton rider is pushing it tight. That's Nicole Mapu sitting in there. Beth Walker and Sophie Colhoun sitting in on the mix as they come down and through the rhythm section, shaken but not stirred. Beautiful ride in there from the 296. That's Nicole Mapu sitting in there, but she's got herself some work cut out to the finish line. It'll be Arch Barge and 3 across. Brooke Penny taking the 1.
All right, as we get into the riders ready, 8 to 10 cruiser mix. Just a reminder, that should be your cue to get round for round at number 3 if you are a Sprocket rider. If you are a volunteer, that is also your cue to be heading to your new position for round number 3, which is going to be charging at you hard and fast, just like the riders out on the track in our 8 to 10 cruiser mixed. And that is going to be none other than Bowden Lamb out there throwing it down for the Stealth Logistics team in the 1. We'll pick up who's in the 2 as they come back towards us. That's the 350 bike of Nico Rosenberg and our Rotorua rider of Rex Olsen in the 3 for our 8 to 10 cruiser mix.
Up in the gate, it's race number 94, brought to you by No Logo. It's 11 to 12, a cruiser mixed. These boys will be double classing out here today. We'll see who's who in the zoo as they're mixing it up. It looks like nice little work in there on the front of the pack. It'll be Jordan Dawson. He's been leading all day long, working hard. Also in the mix is J.D. Pistorius out of Hamilton. Nathaniel Clifford out of Tauranga, Max Olson out of Rotorua, Hattie Barrington, Sunset Coast mixing it with the boys. Luke Harrisfield in there on the 2 on the 154 plate, and Baden Prescott out of Tiaramutu, and Jacob Crawford. But taking home, Jordan Dawson, represent Factory Composites.
All right, into our 15 to 29 cruiser mail, brought to you by Wicks Penny Motorcycles. All right, gate drops. We got Zachary Arnold, Jago Hart, Brandon McRae, Bomber Nelson, Kaiti Moana, Liam Clifford, Travis Marshall, and Finn Barrington. And coming through in the whole shot, we got the 541, followed by the 77. That is going to be Zachary Arnold, followed by Kaiti Moana. And I think that is going to be none other than Mr. Clifford, the Tauranga rider, trying to make it through. But sound the alarm. The bomber is on his way through the pack. It will be the 541 though, goes through, takes the 1 for our 15 to 29 cruiser mail.
Jumping the gate on the 35-44 cruiser males, we have ourselves a Ben New in the mix. Oh, we got ourselves a little off-road happening from John Rosenberg. Oh, they're going bar to bar on the 68 plate. That'll be Lance Tinsdale pushing through the power out in the front as he cuts through. We'll see who's on that one, but beautiful line as he's pushing it tight on that second corner, getting a nice little line. It'll be out there on the 9 plate. That'll be the 990 Adam Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay. Baden Byrne out of Hawke's Bay as well. Sitting in on the 2 spot, Lance Dinsdale out of Fungray. Johan Rosenberg on the 3, but taking her home, Adam Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay.
All right, changing it up. All right, changing it up. We're going straight into race 98 to 50 to 54 cruiser mail. All right, locked and loaded, ready to go. All right, gate drops. We got Desert Parrott, Craig Barrington, Daniel Martini, Mark Harrifield, Lee Wilson, and Matt Bold in this one. And it is going to be Mr. Harrifield comes out in the whole shot position. Mr. Bold tucks in behind them because these guys are old enough to go fast, but also old enough to know better. Harrifield, though, out in the 1 as they go into this 3rd straight. Bold all over him like a bad rash. He is trying to find a way around the Mountain Raider as they turn and burn towards home. Bold has got a little bit of a run. Can Harrifield cover the line? Bold, though, he'll go through and he'll take the 1, followed by Harrifield in the 2.
Well, that's bringing us into race number 99, NRS Cadets, wrapping it in for the 8 to 10-year-olds. Now, the NRS cadets are running around number 2, points over. 3 motos today. This will be their second. Dropping the gate. Fast lines, good times on these boys. Out in the front, it'll be none other than East City, Kingston Hislop on the 662 plate. Hitting it tight on the Oshi 1. That'll be none other than Soda Shimada representing East City. Archie West on the 218 out of Cambridge. And Haro Shimada in the mix as well. Nice riding as the boys are mixing up and double classing, so their legs will definitely be feeling it. It'll be the NZ number 4, 622. Kingston Hislop taking the 1 spot. With Oshi 1, Soda Shimada in the East City taking the number 2, and Haro Shimada and Archie West wrapping it up.
NRS cadets 8 to 10. Rio Bounty, Bowden Lamb, Jack Davies, Jack Green, and Jacob Vasilich. And it is going to be the Whangarei rider getting out, and the whole shot coming through in the 1. But look out, Bowden Lamb on that orange pure, charging hard down that second straight, trying to get back up into the mix. But it is all the Whangarei rider as they rock and roll down this third straight. Treating it like State Highway 1 on the way to the track this morning. 120 k's down at the fast lane, and he'll go through. The 101 bike locks in the win for the NRRS cadets, 8 to 10.
All right, back up on the gate. We have ourselves a race, a 101 NRS rookies. That'll be the 11 to 13, a male and female, a moto number 2. Gotta get it. This is how we live it. 10 toes in. Nice little work in there from Tobias Dickinson, Butterly Addison, Harrisfield out of Mountain Raiders, getting the whole shot position, laying it down with the boys. It's Georgia Poe Edwards sitting in out the 3 spot. Eddie Harrison, a world number 1 out of Mountain Raiders, hitting it hard and tight on the 1 spot with a nice little apex coming into that rhythm section. She's got this one dialed in. Tobias Dickinson out of the Waitakere Westie Express. He's got himself the 2 spot with Georgia Poe Edwards sitting tight on the 3, taking her home and in the mix there as well. Nice riding in there for the 11 to 13 NRS rookies.
All right, let's not forget some of these riders are triple classing today, doing the business on a fairly substantial track we've got here at North Harbour BMX, but it is going to be Dylan Johns out there in the whole shot position in the NRS rookies. We got Max Whitelaw, Jackson, Road Party, Jordan Dawson, Stella Skelton, Caden McDonald, Thomas Bramwell, and Josh Braithwaite in this one. And it is going to be Dylan Johns just holding on, riding a beautiful line out of that 3rd corner, keeping Road Party at bay as they lock and load for the 2nd time today.
All right, up at the gate. NRS experts, 14 to 16. Race number 97. All right, as they drop in the gate on race number 97, you can see Tony James, our world number 3, out in the front of the pack. Zoe Hartwell is mixing it up in the mix there as well. But it's a mother and daughter in there as well with a world number 3 sitting in on the 1 spot. Nancy James in the mix as they're coming through with the Waitakere Express. Nice little work in there from Sonia Rennie as they're putting it down. But in the 1 spot, that'll be Tony James coming down on the 1 spot. Zoe Hartwell sitting in on the 2 spot with the 200 plate, looking tight as they go through. Nice work as they're pumping it down and in through to the 4th. But Tony James, our world number 3, taking her home.
All right, back into NRRS experts, 14 to 16, Grace Lardner, Hamish McIntosh, Rico Ryan, Colton Joyce, and Braxton Gillard. Rico, the Rocket Ryan, he is out in the whole shot. Colton Joyce slicing and dicing his way up into the 2 spot. And it looks like we got Gillard in on the 3 as they come back towards us in the commentary hut. Rico the Rocket, he is looking pretty composed as they turn and burn towards home. Just another Saturday afternoon ride. He'll lock in the 1. Joyce for the 2 and Gillard for the 3.
Dropping the gate on this. A beautiful line start in there from Matt Bold from the outside. Lane number 8, able to work his way through and work the magic as he pulls it out of the hat. Getting into that hole shot in 1 spot with Gareth Laughlin out of there in the Waitakere, sitting in on the 2 spot, working his way through on the number 3 spot, my apologies, as they come through onto that rhythm section. It's the North Harbour rider sitting number 1, Matt Bold. 71 sitting there, Greg Hughes sitting out of Rotorua in the 2 with Gareth Laughlin taking it home on the Waitakeres for the 3 spot.
All right, we're back around for the next round of our Hippo Plumbing and Drainage Sprockets 5 and under. Oh, we get a bit of wobbly, and that is why we got the special race shoes acting as brakes as well. But it is the 977 bike. That is Brooklyn Pickard out in the 1 spot. Well, we just got heart in the mouth material. There's our rider there down on the first straight. Just checks in on their life decisions, making sure that they want to continue on with this racing business. But glad to see it kept the rubber side down. The 977 bike, though, followed by the 722. That is going to be none other than Harry Roxburgh from Waitakere doing the business there. And great to see these little tykes on little bikes getting amongst it. And our little fella who had a little bit of a wobble on that first straight back in business. The 388 bike. Big round of applause for our rider Charlie Watson from Hamilton, getting amongst it and finishing his lap he should.
Back to the gate we have ourselves a race number 106 Sprockets 5 and under, brought to you by Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. Dropping the gate on these boys and girls. A nice little line in there from Hayden Williams out of Tauranga. It looks like he's got this one locked and loaded. He's got himself a little bit of work in the 2 spot, though. It looks like there could be a few riders that are mixing it in the back. The pack looks like he's launching himself in the back, but in the front, that's a 675 plate. That'll be Hayden Williams in the 1 spot. Looking down, looking clean. It's a 780. That'll be Spencer Dawson riding tight on the 2 spot with our North Harbour riders in there. Denson Liu, Caleb Tang from North Harbour, and our Summer Keene from Pairua sitting tight on the 3. She's got herself some work cut out for him because he's got us a little bit of argy-bargy happening in the back of the pack with the reflector. Look over the corner, look over the shoulder, sipping on momentum as he gathers the speed into the corner, but it's going to be none other than Hayden Williams taking her down with a fight on the 2. Spencer Dawson in the 2.
All right, big shout out to Big Brown Industries getting in behind the Sprocket. 6 girls, Mackenzie Verrett, Arlo Tristil, Madison Walker, Mila Keane, and it is going to be, again, none other than Mackenzie Verrett. They teach him how to ride bikes fast in the Verrett household, and she is a fast learner. I tell her she is out into the whole shot position, but let's not forget she has got company right in behind her on her back wheel in the form of, we'll just pick up the plate as they come back towards us, and that is going to be another rider that we are going to want to keep an eye on. It is the 852. That is Harlow from Sunset Coast looking to get away through. Leaves the door open and Harlow says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Great riding there from Harlow, the Sunset Coaster. She'll go through and she'll take the 1 in the Big Brown Industries Sprocket 6 girls.
All right, race number 108 brought to you by Onyx Build. This is Sprocket 6 and 7. There'll be a fight for the first, but it's a 406 looking very good as he's coming through. That's Ezra Heath. Oh, nice little undercut from Ezra Heath. Oh, it'll be bar-to-bar action. It'll be 3 across as they come down that second straightaway. In the mix, it's Hudson Grace. It's Soul Bounty. It's Patty Gilgren out of Cambridge. And Robin the Hood Zaginski out of North Harbour. But out in the 1 spot as he's putting it down and getting a nice little manual over top of this one. It'll be the 177 plate. That'll be Patty Gilgren coming through. Oh, it's a little bit of mountain biking, and he looks like he's off. A safe little landing for him at this, but it'll be a bar-to-bar action over top of that finish line to see who's got that one. Sprocket 6 and 7, no love lost on that.
All right, we're into it again. A race 109, the Onyx Build, Sprocket 6-7 boys. Hudson Neal, Millen Barton, DJ Hunt, Hunter Gardner, Maxwell Ewan, and Kyle Sazi looking to see who is in the whole shot. It's the 405 followed by the 582. That's DJ Hunt followed by Hudson Neal, and there's going to be the East City rider of Maxwell Ewan in on the 3 spot. But these two going hard, charging their way down onto the 3rd straight already here at Harbour BMX. It is the 405 holding it firm for now in the top spot. The 582 though, Hudson Neal, the Rotorua rider, trying to find a way around, trying to get a bit of drive out of that 3rd corner, can't quite do it. And it'll be DJ Hunt, the North Harbour rider, the local lad. He'll go through and take the win.
Abracadabra, we're back into it trackside here. We got Track Stars BMX representing the 8 boys, launching it into the air. It's not the only thing that's in the air today. It looks like it could be a little bit of Hudson Hislop on the 311, but breathing down his neck and all over him like a rash. It'll be Freddie Strandfield in the number 2 spot, representing the 901, Michael Bias, and it looks like that'll be the North Harbour rider. He's getting in there tight through that rhythm section. It's the 311. It's the Hudson Hislop out of East City in the 1 spot. It's Freddie Strandfield in the number 2 spot with a nice riding in there. Ollie Deach out of the Waitakeries. Finn Watson in the mix, and it looks like that's Rook Nugro out of Waitakere and Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton. Trackside.
All right, Track Stars BMX 8 boys, Fletch Stevens, Haru Shimada, Harlan Daniels, Jed Law, Finn Duckett and Cohen Phillips. Oh my goodness, going 3 wide like the highway into that 1st corner. The 217 bike and the 147. They're going hard into that 2nd straight, but it is the 217 of Haru Shimada, the East City Express, trying to find a way to stay in front the whole way around this big track here at Harbour. It is the 117 though, tucked and loaded, trying to get through on the outside, find a way around, but it will be Shimada start to finish, takes the whole shot and takes the win for the Track Stars 8 boys.
Up on the gate, it's 8 boys, brought to you by Track Stars BMX. Nice line in there from Ludo Rosenberg. Looks like he's going to hold on to that whole shot position as he makes his way up to the top of the triple, but breathing down his neck and kicking through the door. It'll be the 100 plate, kicking tight. That'll be Tanner McGuire out of North Harbour. In the mix is Jasper Sweetman, Jing Young Yang out of North Harbour, and Harvey Holskin out of Mountain Raiders. Bam Bam Guild is in the mix there on the 5. It's a Cambridge and a Mason Roberts out of Mountain Raiders, laying it down and back on the gas, but in the line for the path to victory, it's Ludo with a nice line, but it looks like that's going to be none other than Tanner McGuire. He's pushing hard, he's got the steam, but it's none other than Ludo Rosenberg out of Tiaramutu taking the 1.
All right, 8-9 girls brought to you by Taylor News Family, Evelyn Zoo, Miller Crawley, Sage Lawrence, Penelope Robinson, Pippa Walker and Angel Savia, and it is going to be Evelyn out there in the top spot, followed by the 01 of Pippa Walker and the 273 of Miller Crawley. These 3 have been going hard all day, and today now is not any different. Zoo out in the 1 spot as they come back towards us. Walker though trying to get that gap between her and Zoo closed as they turn and burn for home. Looks like Zoo though, she is going to have to just keep it pointed towards the finish line to take another win in the 8-9 girls.
All right, the gate drops, and let's see who's got to get up and go as they push her down into the 8 boys. Brought to you by the Luz family. There's a race number 114, picking it down on the Supercross plate. That'll be the 510, hitting it tight on the 1 spot. That'll be Mika McMullen coming out of Harua on the 110. That's Taylor Lowe out of North Harbour representing and keeping her tight. Archer Grimmett, Asher Maloney out of Tauranga, and Cruz Kane out of Pyro. Sam Painting putting it down at Tiaramutu, but leading it from the front of the pack and pushing it hard on his Supercross. That'll be Mika McMullen out of Harua in the 2 spot out of North Harbour. Taylor Lowe taking her home.
All right, paging 1, Matt Grant. Matt Grant, can you head to the start gate? Matt Grant, can you head to the start gate to take over start gate duties, please? All right, 9 boys, Cruz Yan, Soda Shimada, Aaron Zhu, Ryan McBride, Lucas Messi, George Byrne, and Jacob Vilicic. And it is Shimada out by 3 or 4 bike lengths back in the 2 spot as they come towards us in the 3rd straight. Shimada's got it under control for now, but it is going to be the 223 of Jacob from North Harbour. He'll lock it in for the 2 spot, and the 878 of George Byrne, the Hawke's Bay rider, bringing it home in the 3.
All right, back up on the gate, back up on the gas. We got ourselves a race number 116, going fast, going hard. It's the 9 boys in the mix, and the battle lines have been drawn as they push it down. But out in the front, that's Liam Wang on the 256 out of Mountain Raiders with the nice work. Nice little line in there from the Ocean number 7. That'll be Maximillionaire Miles sitting on his Mabo out of East City in the 2 spot. Nice riding in there from these boys. Jack Green in the mix, Carter Lynch, Carter Phillips, and Gus the Bus Harris and Archer Griffin. But coming back at us in the rhythm section, it's Liam Wang in the 1, Maximillionaire Miles in the 2, and it'll be a push to the finish line for the 3 spot. Open the door and let them through. It's going to be all the way down, threading the needle. Taking her home, Liam Wang in the 2, Maxim Miles.
All right, we are into race number 117, Bowden Lamb, Nico Rosenberg, Ted Gilgreen, Van der Barton, Blake Ty, Archie Dean, Dylan Smith, and Thor Piso. And a drop in the hammer like he always does, Mr. Piso. He is out there in the top spot doing Thor Piso things back in the 2 spot. Looks like we've got Bowden Lamb coming through in on the 2. And picking it up, it is going to be the 400 bike in on the 3. That is going to be Blake Ty locking it in. But Thor Piso, he'll go start the finish in the number 1 position and lock in another win for the 10 boys.
Stacked and racked on this one. It's going to be tight. You're going to need to get a can opener on this because she's going to be extra clean as they come through. It's Kingston Hislop in the 1 spot out of East City doing some nice manuals over top of the triple. It's Hugo Bassett hitting in on the 3 spot as he comes through on the North Harbour ride. But Long Hair Don't Care sitting in on the 2-3 spot. Looks like there's just been a change over on the 218. Archie West slinging it from the hip. Looks like we got ourselves some serious Cowboys down on the mix, but it's out in the front. Brought to you by the Chen family. Kingston Hislop on the 1. Hugo Bassett sitting tight on the 2 spot with the 218 sitting tight. Archie West in the 3 out of Cambridge, taking her home. Nice little manual over top of the tabletop.
All right, 10 boys, Matua Nui Hill, Jaden Verrett, Rex Olsen, Ben Hendricks, Charlie Robertson, Jack Davies, Blake Lynch, and Rio Boundary. And racking up the air miles, it is going to be Matua Nui Hill out in the top spot. Stay alert though, we got the pocket rocket on lock, and it is going to be Jaden Verrett trying to find a way around Mr. Hill out in the top spot. Looking back in the 3, it's the Whangarei rider playing catch up on these 2 out in the 1 and the 2. Hildo sends it to the moon as they turn and burn towards home. He will go through, he'll pick up the win, and Verrett will have to settle for the 2.
All right, up on the gate and dropping the gate going downtown. Smoking tires and burning rubber at Georgia Poe Edwards. 10-11 girls, it's a riders ready, but Georgia Poe is in the 1 spot. Had Barrington is spin tight on the Sunset Coast in the number 3 spot, and sitting in the NZ number 3, that's Ashlyn Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders. Georgia Poe, Mountain Raiders sitting in on the 1. There's going to be some work happening on that second corner. Looks like Ashlyn Lloyd is trying to make her way through on the rhythm section. Who's got the power? Who's got the steam? Hattie Barrington going high, Ashlyn Lloyd going low, being able to take that position. Looks like Hattie Barrington's got a little bit of extra push, but no, Georgia Poe Edge is taking the 1. Ashlyn Lloyd taking the 2. Hattie Barrington taking the 3.
All right, 11 boys brought to you by China Castle. We've got Jacob Crawford, Jackson Neal, Bruce Gobre, Lennon Hayes, Luke Buckley, Katie McDonald, and Orlando Daniels. And it is going to be Katie McDonald out in the 1, Bruce in there on the 2, the 667 of Orlando Daniels in the 3, followed by our Tauranga rider of Jacob Crawford and Buckley in the 5. But it is all McDonald out in the 1, Bruce Gobre in the 2, and the 667, the Harbour rider of Orlando Daniels will go through and take the 3.
All right, let's see who's pushing through the traffic on this beautiful line, and you can see the power as he's getting it down. That'll be world number 2 on the outside lane. Taking it in, it's Jackson Roputty out of East City, pushing it tight, sitting in on the 2 spot, and definitely getting into the mix. It's George Wu. The 11 boys are heating up. Getting in there, Jackson Roputty from East City leading it. Liam Wilson in the mix. Nico Mattini sitting there on the 3 out of Mountain Raiders. He's got himself a little bit of work on the plate of the 925, looking to push down on that one. That'll be Oliver Leithart out of Tauranga, but taking it home, Jackson Roputty in the 1.
All right, no logo Oceania bringing us the 12 boys. Henry Johnson, Matsatini Hill, Jordan Dawson, Luke Harrifield, Max Olsen, Isaac Singh, and JD Pretorius. And like an absolute rocket ship, on that Flash New Speedco. It is Matatini Hill out in the top spot. We got, I think it's Max Olsen locked there in maybe the 3, coming back towards us, who's in the zoo in the 2. That is going to be the 782 bike of Jordan Dawson, the Harbour rider, locking it in on the 2 spot, but it will be Matatini Hill start to finish in the 1.
All right, dropping the gate in, unleashing the beast. It's unleashing the hounds as they've been released. It's Dylan Johns over top of the double. Beautiful work as he gets onto that triple. No Logo sitting in on the number 3 spot as they get through. That's Harley Logan on the 3, making their way down. That's Dylan Johns in the 1. Nate Myers in the mix with Baden Prescott, Travis Anderson out of White Tackeries, Thomas Bramwell, Harley Logan out of No Logo in the 3 spot, and checking it on the 2. That's a 308 plot. That'll be Baden Prescott out of Tiadamutu, Jackson Lawrence out of Mountain Raiders, but taking her home, Dylan Johns in the 1.
All right, back up on the gate, we have the Bailey's Commercial 12 girls, Mia Grant, Ruby Buckley, Matilda Powell, Lily Hansen, Cameron Calhoun, Ruby Harris, and Evie Duckett. And it is going to be side by side through that first corner. Who is going to get out in the top spot? It is going to be Ruby Buckley there in the 1, followed by Calhoun and Hansen all over Ruby, trying to find a way around as they turn into this second corner. Who can stay out in front? It is a battle pack extraordinaire out in the top spot. Buckley trying to work hard to stay in front. Calhoun searching to try and find a way around. Hansen takes a handy line out of that third corner, and they'll go side by side. It looks like Hansen will have to settle for the 3. Buckley for 1, Calhoun for the 2, and Hansen for the 3.
Chitter chatter, let's get back at her, dropping the gate on these boys. It's 13 boys, brought to you by Zacking Strawberries. How sweet it is. Cha-ching as he's racking it up out in there. Beautiful line. It's Brock the Switchblade sitting in on the 1 spot out of Tiadamutu, looking tight as they roar through. Jack Harmon and Finn Barrington and Lucas Jones out of New Plymouth. Charlie Panting out of Tiadamutu, but bringing her back and bringing her home. A great observation and great spatial awareness. It'll be Brock coming through on the 1 spot. Brock O'Neill, the Switchblade, coming in on the 1. Beautiful riding in there from Josh Bruthenwhite out of Mountain Raiders and Finn Barrington.
All right, 13 boys, Zacking Strawberries powering us around the track. Aaron Drake, Austin Shaw, Jai Martini, Jackson Carroll, Tyler Cochran, and Tobias Dickinson. And it is going to be Jumping Jai Martini out in the front for now, but Tobias Dickinson with the very latest on YouTube's locked and loaded in on the 2. Martini out in 1 for now. Dickinson trying to find a way around the 100 bike, trying to hang in there on the 3, but Martini too fast, too stylish. He'll go through and he'll take the win for the 13 boys.
Dropping the gate on the race number 128 is 13 boys, brought to you by Zacking Strawberries. We're hitting into the danger zone as we go into the first corner in the whole shot position, sitting tight on the No Logo as they're getting through on the 446. That's Max Whitelaw out of North Harbour. In the mix, it's a 727. That's Thomas Ford out of Pyro with Sebastian Bassett sitting in on the 2 spot out of North Harbour. Nathan Swine out of Sunset Coast and Jack Bramwell, but bringing it home on the 446. Nice and easy. Max Whitelaw living outside the lines. Peyton the colors as he goes through. He's got the white line fever. Max Whitelaw taking the 1, Sebastian on the 2.
All right, track stars, 13 girls, Charlotte Hayward, Peyton Carroll, Devon Smith, Stella Skelton, Ruby Taylor, Neve Lloyd, Nessie Rennie, and Addison Harrowfield. And she has been doing it all day. She'll continue to do it. Addie Harrowfield out there in the whole shot. She's going to take the 1 through into the second corner. Skelton in on the 2. It's been the same the last couple of motos. Lloyd on the 3. Coming back at us, it is all Harrowfield in the 1 as they turn and burn towards home. Skelton, though, she's got a bit of company in the rear view mirror in the form of Lloyd trying to get up on this final straight. What can Lloyd do? Can she roll her on the line? I think Skelton's got that 1 locked and loaded for our 13 girls.
Hitting it up on the 14 boys with a nice little start in the middle of the pack, but it looks like Reef Hendricks from the outside's got himself nice line as he gets into that corner. Can he do the undercut going high? No, it's number 2 taking it in. That's Brax Gillard out of No Logo sitting on the 3 spot. Reef Hendricks out of Mountain Raiders sitting tight on the 1 in the 2 out of Mountain Raiders. It's going to be out in the 1 spot as these guys are definitely pumping the energy and pushing it tight. That'll be in there on the 4 spot. Looking good. Braxton Gillard's taking it 2. That's Charlie Withington, my apologies, in the 1. Reef Hendricks taking the 2 with Braxton Gillard on the 3.
All right, Bailey's Commercial, locking and loading the 14 boys. Dylan Sazi, Colter Joyce, Tommy Hill, Jack Duckett, Josh Heppy, and Rico Ryan. Rico the Rocket, he is out by a bike length or two coming into the second straight. We'll have to see who is in the two. It's Sazi in the two for now. Sazi holding it on, but Joyce trying to find a way around. Looks like might have a bit of a pump race on our hands maybe. I don't know what's going on, but it is Ryan out in front. Joyce trying to find a way through. Sazi though holding on to the two spot for now as they turn and burn for home in our 14 boys.
Well, as we get into the mix with the Wilkes Penny motorcycles, it's a 14-15 girls race number 132. As it looks like these ladies are doing a little bit of work on the 777 plate. It'll be bar-to-bar action as they're getting down. And that'll be Maya Parrott coming in the mix with Maddie Newcomb out of Rotorua in the one. As these girls are firing on all cylinders and packing a punch, but definitely not out to lunch. Maddie Newcomb in the one, and it looks like that'll be the 777 Mia Parrott out of Tauranga, sitting to Abby Story firing with Chloe Dinsdale out of Whangarei and Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders.
All right, Zach Nick Strawberry's powering the 15 boys. Tyler Grant, Travis Marshall, Josh Forward, Ben Anderson, Emerson Hohaya, and Brian Wolfart. And it is going to be Anderson in on the one, Grant there in the two, Ford there in on the three spot as they turn and come back at us in the three. Anderson there in amongst it, looking to try and stay in the top spot. Grant though in the mix there in the two, going to try and get the local knowledge to get out in front, but Anderson will hold on and take the one for the 15 boys.
Dropping the gate and going downtown with a good race line in the middle of the pack. That'll be Timothy Cressler out of Tauranga looking tight as they roll it down for the 15 boys on the 250 plate in the one spot. Hitting it tight, that's the 254. That'll be none other Jack Buckley in the mix there on the 254. 260 Timothy Cressler out of Tauranga as they come back at us and blowing up with a generous lead on the 260. On the 131, sitting tight on the two, that's Liam Clifford out of Tauranga, but taking Tauranga a 1-2 spot. Timothy Cressler and Liam Clifford.
All right, we got Nick Armitage, Brandon McCrae, and Dario Vasilic in this one. And it is going to be our 100 bike, 108, sorry. There's Jackson Lawrence. Get it right, Greg. Jackson Lawrence out in the top spot. And these guys cruising around in their battle pack of three for the 16 to 39 male 20-inch. The 270 bike, that's Nick Armitage in on the two, and Brandon McCrae, the 86, in on the three for the Resolution Project 16 to 39 male 20-inch.
Mixing it up as we get into the women's junior. Ali Billick in the mix with a nice start on this one. It looks like she's going to have to hold on to the whole shot position. Whoa, with a little arch barge with Zoe Hartwell. It looks like she's been able to hold on to it with a mountain rear. Zoe Hartwell sitting tight on the 2 spot with the Tauranga rider in the 3 spot. That'll be Tanya Arnold coming down on the rhythm section with the 71 plate. That'll be Ellie Biddick out of Mountain Raiders in the 1. Zoe Hartwell sitting tight on the 2. Nice work and be able to hold it together. That'll be Tyler Arnold out of Tauranga taking the 3.
All right, race 137, women juniors, Lucy Lardner, Molly Buckley, Chloe Roxburgh, and Claire Williams. Looks like it's going to be Buckley out in the top spot. Coming through, we'll pick it up. It is the 406, sorry, of Lucy Lardner in the 2. And the 596, Claire Williams in there as well. Coming back at us, Molly Buckley, though, she's holding on to the top spot. Getting into this third corner, the 596 of Claire Williams, from Tauranga. Trying to do her best to get around, but it looks like Buckley's got this one in the bag. She will take the 1 for 137, race 137 women juniors.
Grabbing the gate on the race number 138, brought to you by Big Brown Industries at the 40 to 49. Gareth Laughlin out of White Tackeries in the 1 spot. In the 2, that's Alex Lynch sitting on the 615. Sitting in on the 3, that's the 621. That's Ben Watson out of Hamilton. It looks like we got ourselves a nice little work in there and a nice little lead as he's pushing down the pedals. This guy's got himself some rhythm. He's got himself some rhyme. He's got himself some work cut out for him because Alex Lynch has just pinched it, and it looks like Alex Lynch is taking the 1. Gareth Laughlin having to settle for the 2 spot.
All right, we are into the 50-plus male 20-inch. My party meets Philip Armstead, Mark Harrowfield, Ryan Gilliford, Greg Hughes, Darren Smith, and Lee Wilson. And we got all sorts of banging and crashing as they come through into the second straight. Looks like it's Hughes in the 1, Harrowfield in the 2 for now. It's going to be Armstead locking and loading into the 3 spot. Lightning Lee Wilson having to settle for 4 as they come back towards us. Hughes, though, he's got it sorted. He's got the clear area out in front. He'll go through, take the 1. Harrowfield will come through in the 2 spot for the 50-plus male 20-inch.
Getting hot and heavy as we get into the street works, and we are definitely going to be blowing up like a pack of Hubba Bubba. Out in the front, it's none other than Theo Bold in the 1 spot. On the 265, that's Lucas Mattini, Timothy Cresswell, and Tim Martin. Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga, but on the 329 plate, screaming out front, Theo Bold taking in on the 1 spot as he rolls through. Tauranga sitting there tight as they're getting it back. That'll be Timothy Cresswell and Zachary Arnold. Beautiful riding in there from Theo Bold, taking the 1.
All right, race 141, Crankit 15+, Tyler Dinsdale, Nick Armitage, Dario Fasilic, Regan Smith, Jack Buckley, and Lance Dinsdale. They are going bar to bar. Regan Smith out in the top spot. Tyler Dinsdale in on the 2. Coming back towards us. It looks like Dinsdale's got out into the top. Smith in on the 2 spot, the 252 bike. That is Dario in on the 3. Lance Dinsdale there in on the 4. Buckley holding on to the 5. And Dinsdale Jr. will go through and take the win in race 141.
Dropping the gate on Streakworks, a Crankit 15+ out in the front of the pack and leading it tight. That'll be none other than your Deacon Connor, breathing down his neck and looking for a little bit of a push through. That'll be Bryson Joyce representing Mountain Raiders, but going from the low to high, absolutely incredible work. That'll be your 226 plate, looking like he's definitely in charge. That's Max Richardson. He's just pushed himself into the 1 spot, with Bryson Joyce taking the 2 and Deacon Connor taking the 3.
All right, Crankit 15+ female, Tony James, Sophie Kilhoun, Selena Pfister, Luca Penny, and Beth Walker. And it looks like it is going to be Colhoun and Walker going side by side through that first corner. Penny there in the mix, as well as Pfister and James ringing up the rear, but it is Walker out in the 1. Colhoun having to settle for 2 as they turn and burn towards the commentary hut. Colhoun, though, trying to find a way around. Can she get that drive out of the 3rd corner? They're going to go side by side, but Walker with the horsepower, she'll go through and take the 1 for the Crankit 15+ female.
All right, into it. It's the Streetworks Crankit, a 15+, a female. Brooke Penny powering out of the gate, showing why she is a contender. Nice line in there from the 291 plate. That'll be a Sophie Penny taking it down in there and looking like she's got the 2 spot wrapped up, but breathing down, it'll be a Hamilton rider in the mix. Nico Mapu and Sonia Rennie sitting tight in there on the 1 and holding it. That'll be none other Brooke Penny from Cambridge with her sister in the 2 spot.
All right, you'll see that we are about to lock and load our 8 to 10 cruiser, and that means one thing: if you're a Sprocket rider, you should be heading around for your 4th moto here at North Harbour BMX. Sprockets should be heading around for their 4th moto. Get yourself into the pits, making sure that you are swapping over as well on your duties that you have been assigned to today. So if you're a Sprocket, head to the pits. If you're a volunteer, head to your designated spot. And back at it, we got the 8 to 10 cruiser mix. Looks like it's Bowden Lamb out there in the top spot, and that is going to be Rex Olsen in the 3, and the 350 of Nico Rosenberg coming in the 2 spot.
Dropping the gate on race number 146, 11 to 12 cruisers mix, brought to you by a no logo stacked and racked gate. As they push it down into the first corner, it's Jordan Dawson, Factory Composites in the 2 spot. Rotorua sitting there on the 3 spot, mixing it wild on the dial and rolling the dice. We got ourselves in the 1 spot as he looks like he's coming back at us and looking like he's large and always in charge on the 701 spot. That'll be none other than Baden Prescott, looking good. In the mix also Max Olson, JD Pistorius, Luke Harrisfield, and Hattie Barrington mixing it with the boys.
All right, 15 to 29, Cruiser Male, Finn Barrington, Travis Marshall, Bomber Nelson, Brandon McRae, Zachary Arnold, Kai Timuana, Liam Clifford, and Jago Hart in this one. And it is the 256. Sorry, we've lost it. Anyway, that's all right. We're back to racing, and it's our track star rider out in the top spot. Kai Timuana, though, trying to find a way around into the 1. Bomber Nelson there in the 3. And it is the 541 will come through and take the win for the Wilkes Penny 15 to 29 Cruiser Male.
Absolutely brilliant racing in there. Race number 148, Carbon, brought to you by Carbon Addiction. 35 to 44, Cruiser Males, big boys sitting tight. It's Lance Dinsdale out of Fongaray in the number 1 spot. Johan Rosenberg sitting there in the number 2 spot out of Tiaramutu. We have none other than Ben New out of Fongaray and Braden Byrne out of Hawke's Bay. But it's Adam Lawrence all day, bringing her down in on the 1 spot on the 990 plate. These boys just went from mild to wild as he's bringing her home. Lance Dinsdale in the 2, Adam Lawrence in the 1.
All right, Bailey Commercial bringing us the 14-plus cruiser female. Nancy James, Amy Duckett, Tony James, Zoe Hartwell, Taylor Arnold, Nikki Bonzo, Steph Hogg, and Lisa Anderson. And it looks like it is going to be Tony James through in on the 1, Zoe Hartwell in on the 2. And it's going to be the Tauranga rider of Taylor Arnold, though, getting up in the 2 spot as they go through that second turn back towards us in the commentary heart. James holding on to the 1 for now, Arnold in the 2, Hartwell for the 3. And picking it up, it'll be the Rotorua rider of Amy Duckett, bringing it home in the 4.
Well, that's bringing us over to a race number 150 and finalizing a moto number 3. So remember, if you want to get something to eat, head on over to the canteen while you can. Get yourself locked and loaded for the racing that'll continue on, because you want to make sure you keep those bellies rumbling and rolling. Keep yourself nice and full. We have ourselves back to the racing. We have ourselves a Matt Bold out of North Harbour in the 1 spot with our Tauranga rider on the 110 sitting tight. Daza Parrott hitting in on the 2 spot. We have our beautiful riding in there, Daniel Martini in on the 4 with Mark Harrifield in on the 3 spot.
All right, hard to believe we are 151 races deep already here at the 2026 Northern Region Champs at North Harbour BMX. It has been fast and furious racing. The cliches are the cliches because they're true as blue as can be. It has been fast and furious racing here, and it hasn't stopped. We have plenty of racing still to come. But back up on the gate, we have a race 151. Thanks to our friends at Hippo Plumbing and Drainage, we're into Sprockets 5 and under, and unleashing like a pack of ants on the mission to find the sweet stuff. It is going to be Summer Keen, Leo Harding Sheath, Dancing Liu, Cosmo Zaczynski, Caleb Tang, Brooklyn Pickard, and if I'm not mistaken, done it all day so far, 977, Brooklyn Pickard from Tauranga out to an absolute barnstormer of a lead. And we've got our Paeroa BMX rider locked and loaded in the 2. That is going to be Summer Keen. And it is Little Legs trying to do the business, get it up the front side of these big jumps here at North Harbour. And awesome to see. But a little look to the camera as he turns and burns towards home. Brooklyn Pickard, absolute night and day. Great stuff there riding out there, buddy, for our Hippo Plumbing Sprockets 5 and under. Big round of applause for the 762. That is Leo Harding. She's from Waitakere, back up on the bike. And again, she's hard going. These are long days for Little Legs. And if I'm not mistaken, Little Legs that could probably do with some chocolate and strawberries. Valentine's Day, you know, mix it up from the ice cream. Get amongst it, a little bit of sugar, get through the finals, that kind of thing.
Well, that's right. It's Valentine's Day out there, so lovers beware, as they say, because if you want to head on over to the warm-up and cool-down track, you can get yourselves a nice display of a Lover's Day special. That's $12 to get yourself some fresh strawberries with some creamy Whitaker's milk chocolate drizzled over top of it. Speaking about drizzling, speaking about racing, speaking about dropping the gate, it's Sprockets 5 and under with Spencer Dawson in the mix. Hayden Williams out of Tauranga, Charlie Watson out of Hamilton, and Taylor Lynch out of Hamilton out in the front of the pack on the 722 plate. That'll be none other than Harry Roxburgh, White Taxery, leading it all day long on an outside leverage and pushing it down. He's got himself into the slipstream and sitting in on the pocket. We'll see who that is as they come back and dial it in on us, but it'll be the 722. That's Harry Roxburgh taking the one spot on the 80 plate. Looks like that's going to be the 388. Charlie Watson out of Hamilton sitting tight on the 2 spot with the 675 plate. Hayden Williams out of Tauranga in on the 3. 780 taking the 4 spot. That'll be none other than your Spencer Dawson and your 716 plate. That's Taylor Lynch out of Hamilton.
All right, Big Brown Industries bringing us the Sprocket 6 Girls, Mackenzie Verrett, Madison Walker, Mila Keane, and Harlow Strastil. And again, we've seen the same thing a couple of times already today. That is going to be Mackenzie Verrett out to a strong start, but the 852, be aware, finishing strong last time. Harlow did the business and dropped an absolutely immaculate line coming out of the third corner here at North Harbour BMX. We're all waiting with bated breath. Can she do it again? Looks like Mackenzie's got a little bit more room between the two of them as they head towards home. Mackenzie keeps the head down, keeps the legs going, and I don't think Harlow's got quite enough in the gas tank. Might be the commentator's curse, though. What can happen? It looks like Mackenzie held on to that just by a nose.
Well, as we get into race number 154, brought to you by Onyx Build, it's Sprockets 6 and 7 boys. Nice race start in as they get down. It's Patty Gilgreen, DJ Hunt, Ezra Heath on the 406. Beautiful line as he looks over. It's a 406 plate, taking the undercut and threading the needle. That'll be Ezra Heath out of North Harbour on the 716. That's Soul Bounty, and Hudson Grace on the 816. It's a 582 Hudson Neal out of Rotorua, but mixing it up on the 406. Ezra Heath on the 171 plate, sitting tight as they come through. That'll be the 17 Patty Gilgren, and a 405 DJ Hunt sitting in on the 3. Taking her home though, Ezra, all day long.
All right, Little Lee's getting locked and loaded on this gate here at North Harbour BMX. This is while we're getting a couple of riders into the gate again. Big shout out to our YouTube fam. Glad to see people hanging in there as we get into the afternoon of racing here at North Harbour BMX.
Absolutely stunning racing as we roll through. Big shout out to
we're into Onyx Build, Sprocket 6, 7 boys, Robin Sachinsky, Hunter Gardner, Kyle Sazi, Millen Barton, and Maxwell Ewan in this one. And again, she's getting a little bit tougher. The wind's starting to pick up, but it is the 271 Robin absolutely doing the business, grinding the big gear down at the second straight, putting a bit of real estate between them and the second spot of the 546 Maxwell Ewan, the East City rider, holding on by the skin of his teeth from the Harbour rider of Kyle Sazi, but it is not. Oh no, come on buddy, you got it back up and riding. He's going to put all of that real estate to good use. Robin's back up on his bike. What can our 546 do? Heartbreak Hotel. Such disaster strikes, but he'll be back, I'm sure. Robin has to settle for the 2 spot. The 546 comes through and snaffles the win there at the last turn.
Dropping the gate on the 8 boys. It's brought to you by Trackstars BMX. It looks like we're going to have ourselves some style benders in the mix on this one as we flip it and kick it and about to race it. Mixing it up in the mix, it'll be Hudson Hislop in the 1 spot. Brought to you by No Logo in the 2 spot, it's Freddie Stransfield from North Harbour, looking like a nice rhythm section as these boys are putting it hard. It's a nice little work on the 100 plate, looking like he's going to dial it in from the outside in, trying to thread the needle on the 100 plate. Beautiful work in there from Tanner McGuire. North Harbour having to hold on to the 4.
All right, Track Stars BMX brings you the 8 boys: Rogue Noguera, Colin Phillips, Jing Yang Yang, Bam Bam Guild, Finn Watson, Ludo Rosenberg, and Haru Shimada. And I am not mistaken, and that is the 217 Haru Shimada, the East City rider, charging hard out of that first corner down the second straight. Everybody's making a run on that inside line, trying to make sure they can get every last advantage that they can, but pedals are turning, legs are burning as they come down towards the third straight. Haru Shimada holding on by the skin of his teeth. What can happen? Big run out of the second corner. They're going third corner, they're going bar to bar. And that is going to be Haru by a nose, I'm sure, for our 8 boys Track Stars BMX race 157.
Brought to you by Track Stars BMX into race number 158. 8 boys. And it's nose to the grindstone as they get through with Jed Law, with Jackson, McIntosh, Mason Robertson, Finn Duckett, Archer Stransfield coming in on the mix. It's a 715 plate, hitting it tight. That'll be Jed Law in the mix with Finn Duckett sitting tight on the 2 spot. But it'll be anybody's go for the 3 as they're sitting 3 across on the pocket into the second corner and down into the rhythm straight. These guys are going bar to bar action, getting their pump action going. It's the 716. That'll be none other than Jed Law laying it down with the path to victory. He's going to have to push it down hard because he's got the Rotorua rider Finn Duckett on the 101 plate, knocking down the door.
All right, 8-9 girls brought to you by Taylor Liu's family. It is Angel Sevilla, Pippa Walker, Evelyn Zhu, Miller Crawley, Penelope Robinson, and Sage Lawrence. Evelyn Zhu out in the 1, Pippa Walker for 2. And it is going to be the 3. I think that is going to be Sage Lawrence, the 990 bike, and the 3. They've done it this way so far all day today. And Evelyn with a little bit more real estate back to the 01 bike as they come down this third straight. It looks like she's going to keep it rubber side down. And she will lock in one more win for the afternoon. The Mountain Rider taking the 1 with the 01 bike of the Hamilton Rider taking the 2 for the 8-9 girls.
Jumping the gate here, we have ourselves a 9 boys brought to you by the Liu family, race number 168, and out of the gate like a slingshot, like a rocket ship over top of the triple step up. That'll be none other than your Soda Shimada riding out of East City in the 1, but it'll be a push for the number 2 spot as they're going bar to bar. Rubbing is racing as they come down that second straightaway and trying to take off, but getting some serious momentum out in the front. That Soda Shimada leading out there. Looks like he's got himself a nice race line, but it's a 1-1-1 plate sitting tight on that one. Sam Painting. We got Cruz Kane out of Pyroa and Archie Griffin, George Pook out of Hawke's Bay, and Archer Grimmett taking her home. Soda Shimada.
Okay, listen up. Round number 3 of the Northern Region Race Series will be running off the back of this round. Okay, so don't wait till finals. It is running off the back of this round. Make sure that once you have done your racing for this round, you're heading back around into staging, and it will be running in exactly the same order, but in this round rather than at the end of finals, straight off the back of round number 4.
All right, as we get back into racing, it's Liam Wang sitting there in the number 1 spot as he's pushing it down out on Mountain Raiders with Jacob Valesich coming through on the mix. But it's Gus the Bus sitting tight on the 4 spot out of East City, looking like he's trying to make some action happen as he's pushing it down to the finish line.
All right, Taylor Liu's family brings us 9 boys: Aaron Zhu, Max Miles, Taylor Liu, Cruz Yang, Michael Mulligan, Carter Lynch, and Asher Maloney, the 510 bike of Michael Mulligan, the Harbour rider, being chased down hard by Taylor Liu. In the 2 spot, it's going to be the East City rider of Max Miles there in the 3. These guys absolutely cranking their way down the third straight. It is going to be the 510 bike, though, out in the front for now. Who has got what in the tank as they turn and burn towards home? The 110 trying to get out in the top spot, but the 510, that will be Micah Mulligan staying ahead and locking in the win for the 9 boys. Daniel Chen's family bringing the 10 boys to us for race 163.
All right, as we drop into it, it's a 163. It's the 10 boys as we're going through. Look at the power as he puts it down. That'll be Mata out in the front, but it'll be Trackside's going hard and getting in on the 2 spot on his Supercross. It'll be Trackside sitting there tight on the 2. In the 3 spot, looking real good as he's pushing it down. That'll be Bowden Lamb on the 876 out of Mountain Raiders, but showing his steam, showing his power. That'll be world number 1. Oh my goodness, we've got ourselves a little bit of crash and a little bit of a burn down there on that 3rd and final. So hold the gate, just hold the gate. We have ourselves a rider down.
All right, we have been ripping through them. In case you didn't catch that public service announcement earlier, if you are a Northern Region Race Series rider and you're expecting to do your third moto today, at the end of finals, scrap that. You are going to be running off the back of this round, so make sure that once you are done with your regular racing, you head back around for your Northern Region Race Series round straight away.
Dropping the gate here, we have ourselves the 10 boys, brought to you by the Chen family. And in the mix and out in the front of the pack, that'll be Thor Pizzo out of Hamilton, sitting tight in the number 2 spot and sitting on the bubble. It'll be Kingston Hislop out of Yeast City, out of Hamilton on the 3 spot, looking like he's large and in charge, pushing it down. That'll be Ryan Kim. In the mix, it's Archie West, Ben Hendricks, Blake Lynch, and Archie Dean, and Vander Brunton. But out in the front, that'll be Thor Pizzo getting chased down hot and heavy by Kingston Hislop, putting down on the power. But it looks like could be anybody's mix taking it home. Thor Pizzo could have the 1, Kingston on the 2.
All right, 10 boys: Benjamin Horscroft, Jack Davies, Nico Rosenberg, Rio Boundary, Hugo Bassett, Jaden Verrett, Ted Gilgren, and Cole Guild. And the pocket rocket, Jaden Verrett, spinning to win as he comes in to the 2nd straight. He's going to be a couple of bike links back to the Whangarei rider of Jack Davies in on the 2. That is going to be the 800 bike of Hugo Bassett in the 3 spot. We've got a high line, we've got a low line. Who has got the right line as they come back towards the point start? Jaden Verrett takes to the skies. No airline strike for him. He is going to rack up all the miles in the world, and he'll go through and take the 1 for the 10 boys, thanks to Daniel Chen's family.
All right, let's see who's plotting the course and going the distance on this one. It looks like that'll be NZ number 3, getting a nice gate start, but Georgia Poe Edwards pulling it out of the bag, getting the whole shot position. Georgia Poe Edwards in the 1 with the NZ number 3 spot. That'll be Ashlyn Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders sitting tight in the 2. It'll be none other than Hattie Barrington representing No Logo out of Sunset Coast in on the 3. Mixing it up in there as well. It'll be Alicia Ashton out of Pairua, Paige Whitelaw, Greta Zhu sitting in on the 4, but taking it home with a comfortable lead. Lightning speed. That's Georgia Poe Edwards on the 1.
All right, 11 boys, brought to you by China Castle, Katie McDonald, Liam Wilson, Nico Martini, Luke Buckley, Jackson Neal, Bruce Gobray, Charlie Mitchell, and Noah Taylor. And it is going to be Bruce Gobray out in front, followed by Katie McDonald. Luke Buckley holding on to the 3 for now, but he has got company in the best of the rest. Bruce Gobray out in front for now. Little look to see where Caden's at. These 2 are going to bail it out as they go down the 3rd straight. Bruce says, I want to get out of here, get himself prepped for a trip to Oceania's tomorrow, and he will go through. Bruce will take the 1, and Caden McDonald for the 2, and Luke Buckley comes through in the 3.
Dropping the gate and slamming it out of the gate. Look at that. Looks like that'll be the world number 2. Jackson Ropati out of East City in the 1 spot. Never to back down. He's got themselves some nice little work on the 667 plate. That'll be none other than Orlando Daniels coming in there from North Harbour. Mixing it up with the boys is Nathaniel Clifford, Oliver Leithart, Jacob Crawford, and George Wu. Leon Hayes, but coming down on that rhythm section, it's Jackson Ropati sitting tight there on the 3 spot. That'll be George Wu. on the 2 spot, Orlando Daniels, but taking her home, Jackson Roput.
All right, race 169, no logo Oceania brings us to 12 boys. Jackson Lawrence, Isaac Singh, JD Pretorius, Travis Anderson, Henry Johnson, Matatini Hill, and Nate Mays. And it is going to be again that flying Speedco of Matatini Hill out in the top spot, getting out to a pretty decent lead back on the 2-3. Looks like Singh's in there on the 3. We'll pick up who's in the 2 as they come back towards us. It is the 8-11 bike of JD Pretorius from Hamilton, locked and loaded in the 2 spot. It'll be Hill for 1, Pretorius for the 2, and Singh will go through and take the 3.
Brought to you by No Logo Oceania. It's a 12 boys in the mix. Nice little line as they push it through. That's Dylan Johns with Emmanuel over top of the triple. This guy is going for broke with the 5-2-3 out of Rotorua. Oh, bar-to-bar action out of Rotorua. Backing down on the Rotorua. It's Max Olson. Thomas Bramwell in the mix out of North Harbour with Jordan Dawson. It's hitting tight in the bubble on the 4 spot. It's the 5-2-3 taking her home on the 3 spot with Dylan Johns taking the 1 spot out of Mountain Raiders. Lightning speed with that boy.
All right, Bailey Commercial, 12 girls, Lily Hanson, Mia Grant, Ruby Harris, Ruby Buckley, Evie Duckett, Matilda Powell, and Cameron Colhoun. And it's going to be side by side through the first corner. Mia Grant followed by Ruby Buckley and Cameron Colhoun. Lily Hanson's in the mix as well. Mia Grant out in the 1. Ruby Buckley trying to stay in the mix as they turn and burn back towards the commentary hut. Grant's out by a bike length as they come into this 3rd straight. What can Buckley do as they go towards the finish line? It looks like it's going to be Grant just out by far enough. Buckley's going to have to settle for 2nd. Hanson for the 4. I think Colhoun came in on the 3. All right, into the Zach Nick Strawberries. 13 boys, Josh Braithwaite, Aaron Drake, Jack Harmon, Thomas Ford, Max Whitelaw, and Jackson Garrow. And it looks like it is going to be Whitelaw out in the 1, Braithwaite in on the 2. We'll pick up on the 3 spot as they come back towards us. These 2, though, out a couple of bike links back on the 3 spot. Whitelaw holding on for now. What can Braithwaite do as they turn towards the finish line? It looks like Whitelaw will hold on. Braithwaite will hold on for the 2. And that'll be the 13 boys brought to you by Zach Nick Strawberries. All right, race 173. 13 boys, we've got Charlie Panting, Tyler Cochran, Finn Barrington, Austin Shaw, and Sebastian Bassett coming through in the whole shot position. That is going to be the 104 of Sebastian Bassett, locked and loaded back to the Cambridge Road, I think. No, looks like it'll be Tyler Cochran maybe in the 2 spot, the 912 coming back at us. We'll pick them up for sure, though. That is the 104 and the 912 of Tyler Cochran in the 2 spot. And it is all on for young and old as they turn and burn towards home. Who has got the most gas in the tank this late in the day? That'll be one for scores to say.
Dropping the gate and going uptown. It looks like that'll be Jai Martin competing his mate. Tobias Dickinson out of the white tackers, West's best as they go through. But it'll be none other than Brock the Switchblade sitting there on the bubble, sitting in on the 3 spot. He's definitely got his eyes on the prize as he's pushing it down. Largen in charge with a nice pass from the outside. Tobias Dickinson having to settle for the 3 spot as he pushes it through. Jai Martini lining it up through that rhythm section. But it's Brock O'Neill. Looks like he's going to be pushing it lean, mean, like a fight machine. Sitting there on the 2 spot. Jai Martini, he's got the legs. He's got the power. He's got the steam. He's taking the 1. Brock O'Neill taking the 2 with Tobias Dickinson sitting there on the 3 spot.
All right, Track Stars, BMX 13 girls, Stella Skelton, Devin Smith, Ruby Taylor, Charlotte Hayward, Peyton Carroll, Nissi Rennie, Eddie Harrowfield, and Neve Lloyd. And it has been the W1 all day, every day. It is Eddie Harrowfield out by a couple of bike lengths back, but great to see these 13 girls hanging in there too. They've been going real fast all day. Stella Skelton throwing it down. Goodness me, she knows how to ride a bike. She is in the 2 spot with Neve Lloyd in there in the 3, Rennie in the 4, Hayward in the 5, but turning and burning towards home. That is going to be another one for Harrowfield to chalk up.
All right, dropping the gate on the race number 176. It's a 14 boys, brought to you by Bailey's Commercial. It'll be Reef Hendricks sitting there in on the 2 spot. That'll be Charlie Withington in on the 1 spot with the 333 sitting tight with Jago Hag out of the Waitakere sitting there in the 3 spot as they roll it through. Float like gravity, never had a cavity. Old Reef Hendricks is putting down the steam, but it looks like that's Charlie Withington holding on to the 1 nice and tight and nice and clean. Reef Hendricks settling for the 2 with Jago Hag sitting there on the 3.
All right, 14 boys brought to you by Bailey's Commercial, Hamish McIntosh, Jack Duckett, Braxton Gillard, Rico Ryan, Coulter Joyce, Charlie Burke coming through, Rico the Rocket Ryan in the mix, as well as NI2, Braxton Gillard, Coulter Joyce there in the 3 spot. These guys looking at making it look nice and stylish as they come towards us on the 3rd straight. Rico Ryan, he is going to lock and load. He'll go through and take 1 more win for the day. Gillard there in the 2 spot, followed by one Mr. Coulter Joyce.
Up on the gate and slamming it down. It's the 14 to 15 girls, brought to you by Wilkes Penny. Finger on the pulse and all day. You want to watch these gate starts. That'll be none other than your NZ number 1, Maddie Newcomb, sitting tight on the 1 spot with the 777, tight as an ice cream. It'll be Mia Parrott sitting there out of Tauranga, sitting 2 spot with the 223. Chloe Dinsdale not far in behind. Grace Lardner and Abby Story Fairling out of Mountain Raiders. Courtney Smith in the 3 spot as they roll it down. Hard to see the number with the 3. That'll be the 303, Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders. Maddie Newcomb, Mia Parrott sitting there on the 2 with none other than Maddie Newcomb in the 1.
All right, 15 boys, Dream Wolfhard, Callum Lyman, Max Hey, Josh Ford, Jack Buckley, and Tyler Grant. Oh, no!
We have Emily, we need to have first aid. St. John's. All right, as we're rolling through the day here, we just want to be aware when a rider does go down, please do not go out onto the track. We will have the medics go out and attend to those riders. So thank you for not going out on the track. Big shout out to all of our sponsors and our supporters out there today. Absolutely brilliant to see. They have been helping out from a grassroots, a limestone, getting in there and helping with clubs like this. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run these sort of events. So absolutely brilliant to see, and very pleased to have those sponsorships here today and running through. So a big shout out to Wilkes Penny Motorcycles, to Zachnik Strawberries, none other than Resolution Projects. Thank you so much. Big Brown Industries and Mapura Meats. So again, a big shout out and a thank you to all of our sponsors as we roll through with No Logo, Oceana, Riders Ready, Streetworks, Snap Performance. So a shout out to all of them. We do have a shout out to Carbon Addiction, Bailey's Commercial. So again, those sponsors are going well and truly heard, and thank you for all of the support that you've been able to put through. For those of you that would need to visit up to the canteen, make your way over there and get yourselves some Freshmans and some hot chips and some chicken nuggets. All of the proceeds will go towards the club. So again, thank you for supporting the club and going over to the tech shop. While you're there, make your way over to the raffle. You'll be able to get in on the prize today. So that's raffles today. We'll be running through. That's 1 ticket for $5 and 3 tickets for 10. Beautiful prizes down there. You'll be able to see them over at the canteen as we roll it through. Today is the day of a race within a race within a race. We are running the Northern Region Race Series. We are also running the Crankit, and we also have ourselves a Nationals coming up with not too far future. So if you are wanting to register and have not done yet, now is of the essence, because closing for the registration for the Nationals will be tomorrow at 12 a.m. So that's tomorrow midnight, 12 a.m. The closing for Nationals registration for Te Aramutu will be occurring. That'll also be for the Mighty 11s trials if you have not registered yet for the Mighty 11s or for Nationals. Registration will be closing tomorrow at 12 a.m. midnight. So again, just as you want to know, we've got the numbers that have so far registered for Nationals, and it's coming in at a staggering 600 registered riders already. That's 600 registered riders for Nationals to be held at the track, Te Aramutu. But registration is closing, so get in there if you want to get in and on the mix. right, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed through on the day here today, it's never nice to see a rider go down, so hopefully he is okay, and best wishes to him and his family. Racing is on hold at the moment, so racing... All right, we have ourselves a Ben Anderson here out in the front of the spot at the 274 plate. That'll be Ben Anderson, a representative from a trackside. Is in the 1 with Tauranga sitting there in on the 2. Tauranga sitting there in on the 3 spot as they roll it through. We're going to cut the gate, though. Just hold the gate. Hold the gate. That's hold the gate. Hold the gate as they run it through. With Ben Anderson taking the 1, Tauranga in the 2, and Tauranga taking the 3 spot. Hold the gate. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that will be just a short, brief break. We do not have medics on the track as they were just taking care of one of our fallen riders. So we will be just having a brief break. So all the riders on the gate, please pull yourselves off the gate. We will be just having a rest and a relaxation for the next 10-15 minutes. We will be announcing when the racing will commence again. At the moment, it will be just a time period to check over the track, make sure the track is a-okay, and to make sure that we have a medic back on the track. So just part of protocol for Cycling New Zealand to make sure that we have a trackside medic on all times. So again, racing is on hold. Just sit back, relax, chill, make your way over to the canteen, make your way over to the warm-up hut, get yourself a nice Lover's Day special for Valentine's being a 14th of February. If you have forgotten the bouquet of flowers like I did this morning, get yourself over there and you'll be able to get yourself some fresh strawberries doused in a Milky Way chocolate with a Whitaker's chocolate over there. So again, if you want to make your way over to the canteen, get yourself some hot chips. Your time is now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the mix. It's riders to the pit, so make sure you strap yourself in and get yourself all ready, locked and loaded. There is no panic, there is no rush. It is a 3:55 start at the gate. So it is riders to the pits. It is riders to the pits. We will commence where we left off at race number 181. That's a 6 to 39 males, 20-inch. We'll be revolving from there and getting ourselves locked and loaded. So again, it's riders to the pits. Get all your safety gear on. Make sure your helmets are strapped on nice and tight. Get your gloves and get yourselves up to the pits and get yourselves ready for some racing. And please, just a reminder to make sure that if you were volunteering as a marshal or as a flag bearer or as a corner spotter, make sure you make your way over there ASAP right now so that we can get ourselves rocking and rolling and ready to go. So all volunteers, please make your way over to all positions. And again, a big shout out and a thank you to all the volunteers for making this day run smoothly. So again, well done and thank you. Riders to the pits and all volunteers to positions. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a 5-minute go time. That's a 5-minute go time. So riders to the pits will be starting off at 3:55. Getting ready and locked and loaded for our Northern Region champs. Running a race within a race today. That's the NRS round number 2. First round was held up in Whangarei. Second today at the North Harbour BMX track. Next rounds will be held at East City, Mountain Raiders, Waitakere, and Sunset Coast. It'll be points dictated overall. We'll be running 3 motos, and it'll be points overall the whole race series, and we'll be seeing who's got the prize, who's got the stamina to make sure they take 3 on that one. It's a BMX National Series, round number 3 today, with an extra bonus ride with the Crankit Series running in today with the Northern Region Champs with a BMX Series. We'll be running 4 motos, semis, and a finals. The NRS will be running 3 motos only, 1 more moto, and then that will be it, done and dusted for them. The Crankit Series will be running 4 motos, plus they'll be running straight to finals, A, B, or C finals, depending on the number of riders that we have today. Crankit will be running for a prize. There could be $500 in the pool. Whole shot position for the finals A and B will be getting an extra cash bonus. So you'll want to watch that race. You'll want to see those ones sliding into that first corner, see who has the whole shot position. Big shout out to our Commissar today, Roger Hanning, for making sure that the race is running smoothly, and our race director, Hannah Dawson. Safety first, just as a reminder to make sure that you're coming back onto your bike. Your helmets are strapped on nice and tight. You've got all your gear and all your kit, your gloves, your long sleeves, and your long sleeves pants. If you haven't been riding for a few minutes, you can get yourself over to behind the points hut. There is the warm-up lap and the cool down. So if you're in between races and you want to get those legs, that lactic acid moving, there's a spot for that. Just make sure you are wearing your helmet. Just a reminder, there's no dogs, no smoking, and no vaping on the premise. Big shout out to our sponsors today. Big shout out to St. Luke's Tire and Mechanical for sponsoring the live stream. All volunteers, make your way. All volunteers, make your way to your stations. Just as a reminder, for those of you who have not registered for Nationals, now is of the essence time to do it. Closing tomorrow 12 a.m., 12 tomorrow midnight. So time is ticking, running through. You want to get in there. There's 600 entries already, a whopping 600 entries. If you're wanting to register for Mighty 11 trials, you're going to need to do that ASAP as well. Get in there before tomorrow midnight. You'll be able to get in there and clock yourself up. Now is of the time. Nationals will be held down in March in Te Aramutu. They have themselves getting trackside ready. It'll be a race built for Nationals. The coveted plates will be decided down there. All the boys and girls will be racing hard. There'll be an extra race tomorrow at East City, so we'll be going back to back. It'll be all again tomorrow, early start for everybody. That is going to be doing the double header. A lot of the riders will be heading over to Oceana's in Brisbane to ride the Sleeman track. That'll be happening next week on the Saturday, with a back-to-back happening again over there with the Australian Nationals on the Sunday. Getting the Sleeman track dialed in for Worlds. Up on the gate and dropping her down, 16-39, male 20-inch, race number 181. Dropping the gate on these ones as they go through. It's Nick Armoridge out of Waitakere going in hard. It looks like we got ourselves in the second spot, holding on the bubble, going for the high-low spot on the 270. Looks like he's going to hold back on that and sit tight on the 2 spot. That's Nick Armoridge out of the Waitakeres. We have ourselves Lucas Martini in the mix out of Mountain Raiders on the 265. Coming back at us on the plate, it's the 104, just cruising her down. It'll be the 108, Jackson Lawrence in the mix out of Hawke's Bay with Brad McRae out of Whangarei and Lucas Martini. Up on the gate, it's a women's junior, Nancy James with Talia Arnold with Claire Williams out of Tauranga and Selena Feinerser. Coming out in the front, it's Selena on the 1 spot. Hitting it tight on the mix in behind. It'll be our Tauranga rider. Nice work in there from Tyler Arnold in the 2 spot. Sitting tight on the 3 spot and sitting in the bubble on the 596 plate. That'll be Claire Williams out of Tauranga as well. Nice riding in there from these ladies as she rolls it through. Nancy James on the 4 spot on the 91 out of the Waitakere Westie Express. Up on the gate, we have ourselves a race number 183. All right, as the wind starts to pick up here, it looks like we have ourselves a nice little work in there from the Waitakere rider sitting tight in there. That'll be Chloe Roxborough in the 1 spot. On the 124, that doesn't look like Chloe from me. That'll look like none other than Gareth Lachlan coming through on the 1 with Alex coming in on the 2 spot, mixing it up and keeping us on our toes up here. That'll be in there nice and ready to go. It'll be Alex Lynch sitting tight on the 2 with Gareth Lachlan on the 1 spot. In the mix, it'll be Ben Watson and Desmond Anderson. Okay, brought to you by Murphy Meats. It'll be the 50-plus males on the 20-inch. No, it won't be. They're going to mix it up and give it back to us. Ellie Biddick is sitting there on the 1 spot. It'll be on the 71 plate. Zoe Hartwell sitting in on the 2. As they roll it back down in there, it'll be Chloe Roxborough and Lucy Lardner fighting it out for the 3 spot. But out in the front where the race action is happening, going bar to bar into to the 3rd and final corner, it's the 71. That'll be Ellie Biddick out of Mountain Raiders in the pink, looking like Zoe Hartwell is hunting her down, settling for the 2. As we roll it through into the big boys, as we're getting it tight and we're going down, it'll be Lance Dinsdale in the 1 spot with a Waitakere rider in the 2, with Mark Harrisfield out of Mountain Raiders holding it back in the 3 with looks like Lightning Lee on the 996 plate, getting her down out of Mountain Raiders in the 4 spot. Mark Harrisfield is holding tight on the 3 spot with the Gareth coming through with the Waitakeres on the 696 plate. That's Philip Armstead. Lance Dinsdale taking her home. Race number 186, that's Streetworks Crankit 15 male. Looks like Mac Richardson getting in on the gate. It looks like he's sitting in on the 2 spot. Nice little riding in there from Lance Dinsdale. Sorry, he was my mistake. He's sitting there on the 4 as he rolls it through with Deacon Connor, Tim Watson, and Dario Pislik. Theobald in the 1 as he's rolling it down. Days of Thunder with the 2-2-6. Max Richardson sitting there on the 3 with the 2-5-2, sitting tight. Dario Pislik in the 3 spot with Lance Dinsdale breathing down the deck, taking the home. Getting into race number 187, it's Streetworks Crankit. It's Lucas Mattini, Dylan Fox, and Tyler Dinsdale in the 1 spot. Kai Timoana sitting there in on the 4 out of New Plymouth. But sitting out in the front, it's the Fungaray. Tyler Dinsdale sitting there in the 1, in the 2, on the 265. That'll be 254. That's Lucas Martini out of Mountain Raiders. On the race, number 188, that's out of Streetworks or Crankit. It'll be Zachary Arnold in there with Bryson Joyce sitting in on the 1 spot out of Mountain Raiders with a 291 plate, looking strong. Getting in on the mix, Zachary Arnold. 260 with Timothy Creswell, with Bryson Joyce, Regan Smith, Ben Anderson, and Nick Armcourage out of the Waitakers. But Bryson Joyce slipstreaming and making it look clean, making it look easy. He's racing into 1. Bryson Joyce taking her home. Rocking and rolling in, going fast. We got ourselves a race number 198 out of Streetworks Crankit 15 plus female. Tony James in the mix with Brooke Penny taking in on the 1. Tony James, world number 3, sitting there on the 2 spot. Bar-to-bar action as they're going toe-to-toe. It'll be Selena Pfizer and Sophie Colhoun, but it's none other than your Brooke Penny leading it in the 1. Tony James taking the 2 spot with the 291. That'll be Penny in there. Sophie Penny taking the 3 spot, taking it down, but Brooke in the 1. Getting it back into it, another Penny sister getting there. Nice little run from her as they get through with Beth Walker and Sonia Rennie and Nicole Mapu out of Hamilton, but out in the 1 on the 295 plate. That'll be Beth Walker out of Cambridge in the 1 spot with Luca Penny sitting there tight in the 2 with Hamilton Ryder coming through on the 3 spot as they roll it back at us through the whoop section. It's the 296 plate sitting tight. Nicole Mapu on the 3. With Penny taking the 2, Beth Walker in the 1.
Roger that.
Okay, as we're dropping the gate on the cruisers as they're getting to it. Looks like we got ourselves some racing in there with some nice air time. Getting in it. Looks like that could be none other than Yamata sitting in on the 1 on the 701 spot. Getting in on the mix, it's Jordan Dawson taking it and moving up positions from the 4 into the 3 spot. It looks like he's got himself a rubber to road as he's putting it down from a 3 to 2. He's working through the field. He's got himself dialed in today. It's a 701. It's Baden Prescott. My mistake. He's got the 1 spot. Jordan Dawson with a nice pedal manual over top of the tabletop, taking home the 2 spot. Okay, brought to you by Wilkes Penny Motorcycles, race number 193, 15 to 29, Cruiser Male. Kaiti Moana in the mix as he goes with Brock the Bomber sitting in on the 3. Looks like that'll be the 5-4 plate sitting there. Zach Arnold out of Tauranga running through from trackside. Finn Barrington also mixing it up. Yogo Haig, Liam Clifford, Travis Marshall, Brandon McRae. But Brock the Bomber is working up on the 3 into 71, is trying to go through from a high to low, but doesn't quite have the steam. It looks like it's going to be Zachary Arnold taking the 1 with the 77 plate. Kaiti Moana from New Plymouth taking the 2 with Brock the Bomber taking the 3. Dropping it quick, it's Carbon Addiction, 35-44, Cruiser Male, Ben New, Adam Lawrence with Bodum Brand with Lance Dinsdale in the mix on the 2 spot. But all day long, it'll be none other than Adam Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay holding it tight on the 1, slingshotting it in the 2 spot. It will be Lance Dinsdale packing the power, packing the punch. And then in on the 3 spot, that'll be Johan Rosenberg sitting on the 440 plate. But it looks like it could be Lance Dinsdale putting a little steam. But now he's got himself locked in on the 990. That's Adam Lawrence. Brought to you race number 195 from Bailey's Commercial. It's 14 plus cruiser female. Locked and loaded. This gate is stacked and racked. We've got ourselves a world number 3, Tony James, sitting in on tight. It'll be a world number 2. Tony James coming in out of the Waitakeries. Looks like she's holding it tight with Lisa Anderson, Zoe Hartwell, Tyler Arnold. Rotorua Zoe Hartwell is in the 2 with the Tauranga rider. Tyler Arnold in the 3 spot on the 200 plate, trying to put her way through and get an extra position. Giving it up and taking it in. Zoe Hartwell taking the 3. Tony Arnold in on the 2 with Tony James in on the 1. Up on the gate and dropping it down. It's the 50-54 Cruiser Male. Deza Parrott, Daniel Mattini. Looks like a good run in there from Matt Bold with the whole shot position on the first corner as he gets a nice apex and push with our none other than our Mountain Raiders going from the outside, getting some serious steam. That'll be Houdini, Mark Harrisfield from Mountain Raiders in the 2 spot with our Tauranga rider Deza Parrott in the 3 spot. As he goes it down and on the 110, he's going to hold on to 3, but he's got himself a rider from the far north holding it tight. It looks like it's going to be none other than Matt Bold taking the 1. Mark Harrisfield, Mountain Raiders, taking it in on the 2 spot. Jumping straight into it, it'll be our NRS cadets as we roll it down. These riders have been going all day long, some of them double and triple class, and cha-ching, getting the airtime. That'll be our East City rider on the 622 plate. It'll be Kingston Hislop riding up for No Logo. Rio Boundary in on the 2. Long hair, don't care, as we roll it down on the NRS, running through. And as they come back at us, we'll see who's who in the zoo on the 3rd spot. But it's Kingston Hislop with a nice little whip and going through with the 115 Rio Boundary sitting tight on the 2 spot and coming back at us. A nice work on the 223. That'll be Jacob Velasic out of North Harbour. Coming down on a race number NRS cadets 8 to 10 with Archie West. Sota Shamata sitting in on the 3 out of East City with Bodumland in on the 2 out of Mountain Raiders. But that'll be out in the front. That'll be the 101 Jack Davies out of Whangarei, looking clean. Some passing happening as they roll it through. That's Sota Shimada Oshi number 1 out of East City, sitting from 3 to 2. Bodumland's got some work. Nice little airtime on the 101 plate, bringing it home, dancing with the big boys. It's a 101 Jack Davies out of Whangarei, too hot to handle. He's got the jandle. He's taking it in on the 1. So to Shimada out of East City taking the 2 with Bodumland in on the 3. Stack and rack, this one is a one to watch. Big boys toys. It'll be 11 to 13-year-olds, but in the mix, it's Georgia Poe Edwards on the 3 out of Mountain Raiders, mixing it up with the big boys. It's a No Logo sitting there. Harley Logan sitting there on the 1 spot as he rolls it through. Nice riding in there as the boys and girls are all mixing it down in the NRS rookies points count. Round number 2. Out in the front, it'll be nice and clean on the 446 plate. That'll be Max Whitelaw on the No Logo. Taking it in on the 1. Stacked and racked again on this race. Looks like we got all our contenders on this one. Tobias Dixon sitting in on 3. Dylan Johns out of Mountain Raiders sitting there on the 2 with Addison Harrisfield, world number 1 out of Mountain Raiders, sitting there in on the 2 spot. But Dylan Johns is definitely large and in charge. He's got himself manuals just locked in as he rolls through. It's Dylan Johns in the 1, looking clean as he comes down lightning fast. This boy's got them all over. Windex on glass, he's definitely fast. It's Dylan Johns, Mountain Raiders in the 1. It's Addison Harrisfield, Mountain Raiders in the 2. Tobias Dickinson out of Waitakere in the 3. All right, as we're just holding tight here, we'll just give you an announcement. So just a heads up here, when we finish off this race, we will be having a 10-minute break. That's a 10-minute break, and we'll be running into our semis. So check scores to make sure you know who's who for in your semis, to make sure that you will be running semis or not. So that's a 10-minute break from the end of our NRRS. After we have our semis, we will be running a 10-minute break until our final. So there'll be a 10 and a 10. We will keep you informed on times, but make sure you check your scores to see who's who for the semis. Hitting it up on the gate will be our NRS experts, 14 to 16. Okay, looks like these guys are just smoking it out of this one. It's going to be a pump lap for them as they roll it through. Now, pedaling is one thing, but pumping is another. And I'll tell you, these boys make it look a lot easier than it is. So you want to make sure you get some good power and steam in behind you as they pump through. There's definitely a lot of workhorse and power needs to be generated to get that down. It's definitely not as easy as it looks. You can see this momentum is gathered. Rico Ryan in the 1 spot on the pump lack. With looks like that'll be Coulter Joyce sitting there on the 2 spot out of Mountain Raiders on the pump. On NRS Masters 35, a Masters of the Universe coming through. We have ourselves a rider, Matt Bold. He's back-to-back riding. His legs are going to feel it tomorrow as we get it down on the mix. Gareth Laughlin coming through on the 3 spot out of Waitakere. Greg Hughes, Sonia Rennie, and Gareth Laughlin in on the 2. With our Fungare rider in there, Ben New on the 483. Sitting on the 171, that's Greg Hughes out of Rotorua taking the 2 spot. Matt Bold in the 1. Greg Hughes in the 2. Gareth Laughlin taking it home. Just a shout out to let you know that we will be shutting down the gate for 10 minutes. That's a 10-minute rest. Time to hydrate, get yourself fueled up, get yourself over to the canteen. If you're not locked in on the raffle, you want to get over there. $5 for 1 ticket or 3 tickets for 10. It's a no-brainer in my books. So get on over to the canteen and get in on the raffle. Help support the club. Big shout out to all the volunteers helping support today. And again, that's a 10-minute break. I'll be hitting the clock right now for a 10-minute break until we run into semis. Please check scores to make sure you are in or not in semis. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, out there in TV land, time to strap yourselves in, time to lock yourselves up, pull the pin. It's Northern Region champs going into the semifinals. It's riders to the pits. Get yourself down there, not now, but right now, riders to the pits. Roger Hatting, make your way over to Points Hut. You have left your radio there. That's Roger Hatting, make your way over to Points Hut. You have left your radio. That's again, riders to the pits. That's for semifinals. Check scores to make sure you are in the semis. Make your way over there, get yourselves locked and loaded and ready to go. We'll be running it hot and heavy. We got ourselves a Northern Region Race Champs held here at the North Harbour BMX track. Big shout out and thank you to everybody that has been supporting the club today. With all the volunteers, with races like this, it could not proceed. A big shout out again to St. Luke's Tire and Mechanical, sponsoring our live stream. And again, semifinals, make your way down there now. We have ourselves 8 boys semifinals, 9 boys semifinals, 10 boys semifinals, 13 boys semifinals, and a Street Works Crankit. Make your way down there as well for semifinals. That's Street Work Crankit's 15 plus male. Make your way down to the pits for the semifinals. All right, for all you boys and girls out there in TV land, we're running the 2026 Northern Region Champs at the North Harbour semifinals. It'll be the top 4 that make their way through. That's a 1, 2, 3, kicking it down the door for 4 that make their way through into the finals. So it's not necessarily the 1, 2 spot, the 3 spot that you're looking for. It's that 4, 5 spot. That's where the race will be. Those contenders are fighting for a position to make their way into the finals. Brought to you by Trackstar BMX, Lou's family, Chen family. Up on the gate in, starting it fresh. Semifinal 8 boys. All right, up as we get into the mix. This is a good time when you're wanting to have a photo opportunity. We'll have a 10-minute break after the semis. All Northern Harbour riders make your way over to the All the Northern Harbour riders make your way to the 5-meter start ramp after the semis for a photo. A good time to have a photo locked in for all clubs after the semis. Okay, it looks like we're getting a go on this one. We have ourselves everyone locked in. All of our officials are locking it down, and the gate is going hard as we get into this one. And we got Pride in the pocket. It's pushing it out strong. It's Love is in the air. No, that's Hudson Hislop out of East City in the 1 spot, sitting on the 311 riding road, no logo, sitting in on the 2 spot, looking clean. That'll be none other than our Haru Shimada sitting there too. We have also in the mix Jasper Sweetman, Jin Young Yang, Rogue Nagura, and Cohen Phillips. Let's see who's mixing it up for the 3-4 spot. That's the coveted one you're looking to go for. It's a 715. He's got it down on the 3 spot, but it'll be a battle on the 199 taking it down. That'll be Ollie Deach out of Waitakere sitting on the bubble, looking like he's just been able to hold on to 5. I have to go up to scores to double check on that one. Dropping it down for the second 8 boys, brought to you by Track Stars. Beautiful start in there from Freddie Stranfield out of North Harbour, sitting in on the 1 spot, but it's a mix. Look at that. She's piled in tight. Ludo coming through on the 4 down to 2. It'll be Who's Who in the Zoo on the 101. Finn Duckett looking like he's sitting on the bubble. It's anybody's show. We've got ourselves a lost pedal on the 100. That's Tanner McRae coming in down on that. No, that's Fletch Stevens. My mistake. But it looks like it's going to be Freddie taking the 1, Ludo on the 2. But it'll be this 100 plate sitting there on the 4. Oh, Rotorua's coming in tight. It'll be bar action. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's anybody's show. Oh, nice little line in there as he's pushing it tight. It's the 9 boys sitting it in there. Remember, it's the top 4 that make it through. Whole shot position looking tight as he rolls it down over top of the triple into the first corner. It'll be none other than our 5-10 plate on the Supercross. That'll be Taylor Mika McMillan sitting there out of Haroa on the Supercross in the 1 spot. But it's the 3-4 spot that we're looking at. It'll be down and locked in, and it's still open for contention at the moment. The 1's locked in, the 2's locked in, the 3's there. But it's the 4 that's open on the Haroa rider. He's pedaling with everything, but it's a door that's been left open, and he's definitely going to let himself through. It's a 1-2-2 that's making it down there. Nice little work in there from that rider. As he pushing it in, it takes the 4 spot. Up on the top of the gate, we got ourselves the second lot of riders for the 9 boys, brought to you by the Lewis family. It's anybody's show as they go over top of the double, but going bar to bar action as they throw it is so Mata in the 1 spot. In the 2 spot, that'll be none other than your Liam Wang out of Mountain Raiders. But it looks like it could be anybody's show as they get it down onto the 3-4 spot. Sitting on the bubble at the moment is the 1-2-1. That'll be back to Millionaire Miles shutting down the door. Looks like he could have this one. He's got to hold his nerve. He's got to hold it down. Oh, she's 7. He's got to make it into the finals. He's looking for an undercut. He could hold another 3rd position as he goes through. He's got the pedal. He's got the power. He's got the steam. It's Maximillionaire Miles taking the 3, holding it down. As we throw it down into the 10 boys, this will be a quick and easy, interesting one as they roll it down. It'll be Kingston Hislop sitting in on the 2. Metua racking up the points on the number 1 spot. It'll be in on the 3 spot on the 100 spot as they come down. But it's no one's guess as they get down into it. It's Hugo Bassett sitting there on the cusp of it at any point. It's sitting in on the pocket. He's got to push it down, going high. He's going low. He's going to have to get the rhythm. He's got to push it through. It's Hugo Bassett. He's got the power. He's fighting it down on the 216, but going undercut and losing it. Oh, it looks like an arch barge has just happened. Hugo Bassett's gone, and he's made a clean run, taking in on the 4 spot. 218 going down. Hopefully he is okay at the moment. That'll be Archie West shooting from the hip out of Cambridge. All right, up on the gate, here we go as we get it down. It'll be the 10 boys. Jaden Barrett in the number 2 spot with Thor Pizzo out of Hamilton in the 1 spot. With Hamilton sitting there on the 4 spot. With the 101 sitting there on the 3 spot. It's the coveted plate that we want to see. It's the 4 spot that's up for contestant, making their way into the finals. We'll see if they are able to push it all the way down to the finish line. But it's Thor at the moment with the 1. Jaden Barrett sitting there in the 2 spot with the 101 sitting tight on the 3 spot. That's Jack Davies with the 666 holding on to the 4 spot. But it's Real Boundary with some steam. He's going to push it all the way to the end. It's Real Boundary trying to make it way. Oh, up to the top to see who's got that one from Scores. Race number 13, boys, semifinals. Brought to you by Zenek Strawberries. dropping the gate. It looks like that's Tobias Dickinson and getting a nice start. But it's Jai Martini all day long. He's out in the 1. Sebastian Bassett looks like he's going for the undercut, and he's got it. He's threading the needle. He's taking the 2 spot. Tobias Dickinson sitting there on the 3 spot as we roll it through. Who's got the gas? It's Jackson Carroll sitting there. Looks like he's going to make a pass. He's going high. He's got to be able to push it through. He's got to get the steam. He's getting cut off as he gets into the rhythm section. Nice little line in there from the plate that we cannot see dressed in blue. But he's looking down, and it looks like he's going to be able to take that one all the way to the finish line and holding it tight on the 4 spot. In the semifinals, 13 boys, Max Whitelaw with Brock O'Neill, Joshua Berthworth, Tyler Cochran, and Austin Shaw. Finn Barrington in the mix. Who's going to be able to take the 1? It looks like out in the front. Nice little line from the no logo. Brock O'Neill taking in on the 2 spot. As they roll it through, it'll be a contestant for that 4 spot. As they go through, it'll be a battle to battle. Who's got the stamina? Who's got the power as they push it down? Brock O'Neill in the 1 spot, getting it nice and tight, but it's the 305 sitting on the 4 spot at the moment, getting a little bit of a push through. That's Finn Barrington. He's got to make sure he's got the legs as they're coming hot and heavy in behind. It's Finn Barrington taking the 4. All right, this one's going to be faster. You're going to want to see it's going to be lightning in a bottle as they throw Bryson Joyce in the 2 spot. Deacon Connor sitting there in on the 1 spot. As they push it down, it'll be none other than the 2 plate sitting down on the 3 spot and sitting in the back of the bunch, but he's still lightning lunch. It'll be Dylan Fox on the 253 out of Tauranga. Out in the front, that's Deacon. Bryson loading the 253. Nice little line as he rolls through. That's Dylan Fox. And Deacon Connor taking that one home. Bryson Joyce in on the 2. Up on our 15-plus male Crankit, Mac Richardson with a beautiful start on the outside. He's going to push hard to get that whole shot position as he goes through, and he's got it. He's got himself a nice little line. Oh, no, he's on the 2-2. He's in the 2 spot at the moment with Tyler Dinsdale holding that whole shot position out of Fongaray. Lucas Mattini, Ben Anderson sitting tight on the bubble. It'll be Ben Anderson that needs to push it through. Looks like he's got the inside line. Oh, no, sorry, that's another Track Stars rider on the 5-1 plate. All right, that's it for our semifinals as we go through. They're fast. We'll be running a 10-minute break. That's a 10-minute break from now. So I'm going to start the timer at 4:33. That's a 10-minute break from now. heavy riding. Crankit, a bonus round. And again, for Crankit, they're up for the prize, so they're putting their neck on the line on this one. It'll be racing for the money, racing for the jandal, racing for the biscuit. Who's going to risk it as they go through? It'll be hole shot position A, hole shot position B. Will be getting extra funds, so you keep your eyes on those riders that'll be getting the hole shot. They'll be getting extra cash in the pocket. So it'll be a dash for the cash for the finish line. First, second, third, take home the big bucks. And again, that's riders to the pits. Make your way on over. Not now, but right now. You have yourself 3 minutes, and we're getting going for our finals today. Just as a last reminder, if you haven't registered for Nationals and you're wanting to do so, tomorrow at 12 a.m. or 12 midnight, whichever is your delight, will be the close for Nationals registration and for the Mighty 11 trials. We already have 600 contenders looking to punch it out and rock and roll down there in the coveted track of Te Aramutu. So if you have not registered for Nationals, closing is tomorrow, 12 a.m. or midnight. Mighty 11 trials as well. Starting it off up on the gate, brought to you by the Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. It's Sprockets, 5 and under, will be hitting it hard on the finals for Moto number 5 for them. But it's satisfaction, participation for these riders, as it's no placings for them. It's all about the fun. It's all about the smiles on the dials. These kids are here to get themselves a feel for the racing, having fun, winning and losing. That's what they're here for, is the fun. As they get older, they get into the 8 boys, and that's when the competition starts. But at the moment, let's just have some fun with the Sprockets 5 and under. Brought to you by Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. All right, moms and dads and caregivers, get your Sprockets up there ASAP. Not now, but right now. Sprockets 5 and under need to get up there. That's Sprockets 5 and under. That's a reminder to all the volunteers and marshals that'll be helping out on the corners. Make your way there, and not now, but right now as well. A big please and thank you for your help and support today. A shout out to St. John's for their work as they were rolling through today. So a shout out to St. John Ambulance as well. right, to all you BMX fans out there in TV land on the internet, giving your support. Sit down, it's time to get yourself strapped in. Get that popcorn ready because it's going to be finals time. And she's going to be starting off light, and she's going to be getting heavy. It's going to go from mild to wild. It's going to go hot to hotter because she's going to about to flip it, kick it, reverse it, and I'm going to need a glass of water because it's going to be fast. Sprockets, 5 and under up. Hippo plumbing in, drainage. We got some outlaws in this one. Dropping the gate as they roll through. Shoot from the hit. That's Brooklyn Pickard out of Tauranga there. Looking real sharp as they're coming through. That's Caleb Tang out of North Harbour on the 388 plate. That's Charlie Watson knowing what's up. That's out of Hamilton. Leo Hardening Sheath looking real strong as they're pushing the power to the pedal. It's people all the power. Waitakere. It's Summer Kane out of Pairua knowing what's best as they're going down. But it's a battle out in the front on the Sprockets 5 and under. Looking clean as she comes through with a beautiful line. Definitely got the power in the pedals. It's a Revolution's keeping it up on the 388 plate. Looking like she's got it down. Charlie Watson in the 1 spot with the 977 all the way. Brooklyn Pickard out of Tauranga holding it down in on the 2. Wrapping it up. It's Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. Up on the gate, it's Hippo Plumbing and Drainage. Sprockets 5 and under. Unleashing the hounds on this one with a nice gate start in there from Hayden Williams out of Tauranga. Getting a little wobbles over top of that steep cliff, going for a nose manual over the double, but working his way up. Looks like that could be nice little work in the Fox helmet as they make their way through. That'll be the 722 plate. I know who that is all day long. He's been throwing it down. That's Harry Roxburgh out of the Waitakere Westie Express, looking like he's got the inside line. Can he hold it? Looks like he's got the steam. He's got the stamina with a nice pass on the undercut on the second corner. Holding his line though, he's got to have to get it down. He's got the rhythm, he's got the rhyme, but it's a 657 plate that looking like he's got it down. It's Hayden Williams. Also in the mix, it's Taylor Lynch, Cosmo Zaginski out of North Harbour, and Danson Liu and Spencer Dawson representing North Harbour. Nice riding in there, taking it home on the 722. Harry Roxborough. Up on the gate, it's Sprocket 6 Girls, brought to you by Big Brown Industries. Slamming down the gate and pulling the pin with a nice gate start out of there. That's Mackenzie Verrett. Looks like she's got this one dialed down. She's got her work cut out for her because she's got herself a Sunset Coast. That's Harl Strassel in on the 2 with an undercut. This girl's got her lines and she's got a racing machine. It's Kenzie Verrett that's got her work cut out for her as they're putting down the pedals in the 3 spot. That'll be our Hamilton rider, Madison Walker. And she's got herself work it cut out if she wants to catch that Kenzie Verrett in on the 2 out of Mountain Raiders. But looks like she's going coast to coast out with the most. It's the Sunset Girl. They call her Harlow Strassel in the 1. Kenzie Verrett in on the 2 with our none other than Madison Walker taking the 3 with the Miller Keen out of Pyro on the 4. Dropping the gate, brought to you by Onyx Build. It's the Sprockets, 6 and 7 boys. Boys to watch out in the front of the pack. They've been battling all day long, going from a high to a low, see if he can thread it. It's the 582 plate. Looks like he's got his goggles on and he means some serious bits and business. That's Hudson Neal out of Rotorua, but he's bar-to-bar action at the moment. That'll be DJ Hunt on the 405 out of North Harbour as they go bar-to-bar action down into the rhythm section. DJ is lining himself up, going for the inside, but shutting down the door is our Rotorua rider with his knee out, getting an apex, but it's DJ losing a pedal. He's losing the steam. Oh, he's got to get himself back into the bunch. Keep going, my man. It's Rotorua rider taking the 1. DJ Hunt settling in on the 2. Sprocket, 6 and 7 boys, Onyx build. Robin Zazinski getting a good gate start there on the inside line as he's rolling it down. Maxwell Ewan in there as well, coming out of East City as he's rolling it down of the Day's Thunder. Looks like we got ourselves, I don't see Maxwell in there. We got Robin Zazinski, we got Hunter Gardner and Patty Grinnell and Millen Braxton and Ezra Heath. Well, let's see who's who in the zoo as they're putting it down on this one as they come back at us, lining themselves up nicely on the plate of the 177. That'll be Patty Gilgren out of Cambridge. Hunter Gardner in the mix. Robin Zazinski on the 271, pushing it tight and pushing it clean. As they drop the gate and going downtown with a nice little work in there. It looks like that's Bam Bam coming out of Gale. Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton, and with Mason Roberts pushing down the pedals. But nice little slipstream in there from Bam Bam as he's lining himself up on that second runway, getting himself some steam. Hamilton Ryder sitting there in on 3. That's Jackson McIntosh. And then we got ourselves Archer Strathfield out of Sunset Coast on the 842. But it looks like that'll be our Sunset Coast rider. Oh no, he's going down, rider down, hold the gate. As we come through on this one, he got a little bit of air time and put his foot down on that one. So that's the 842 Archer Strathfield, Sunset Coast. Hopefully he's okay. Parents, please stay off the track. We'll have a first aid go to that. Please hold the gate as we make our way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we make our way through, looks like our rider's is up. He's looking like he's okay. So a big round of applause for our Sunset Coast rider. That's Archie Strassel out of Sunset Coast. Congratulations. Thank you for getting up. Hopefully he is okay. They build him tough out there on the Sunset Coast. Just a reminder for all those that have borrowed transponders. If you have borrowed a transponder, please make sure that you return it to the points hut before you leave. If you have borrowed a transponder, please return it to the points hut before you leave. Up on our gate, brought to you by Trackside BMX. It's our 8 boys, locked and loaded. Dropping the gate on the 8 boys. It's Ollie Deitch in there in the inside line. It looks like that's our Roto-Rooter rider in there from Finn Duckett. He's holding it tight, but it's Ollie Deitch out of the White Tackery. He's got himself a whole shot position, looking real good, but it's a slipstream on the 101. That'll be Finn Duckett sitting there on the 2 spot. It's a battle for the 3 as they're making their way through the 100 plate. That's Fletch Stevens sitting in there with Rook Nogar out of White Tackery. Finn Watson, Jingyong Yang coming in there from North Harbour with Harvey Hulkson, and it looks like that's Cohen Phillips out of Tiara Hall. Nice little work in there from Ollie Deitch, taking in on the 1 spot. He's got the 199 written all on him. It's taken in on the 1 with a Roto-Rooter rider taken in on the 2 spot. We got ourselves at 8 boys. It's the final for the A. It's Freddie Stransfield on the inside line. It looks like he's got himself sitting in on the mix. It's Hudson Hislop in on the 1. It looks like a nice little ride in there from Haro Shimada sitting there on the 2. Freddie Stransfield's coming on the inside line. He's making his way through and he's making his presence known. He's got the power. He's got the push. He's got the stamina at this moment. And it's when he's back on the gas. It's Freddie Stransfield at the moment in the 2. It's Hudson Hislop sitting there in on the 1. And it looks like that's going to be none other than our Haro Shimada, our Japanese rider sitting there on the 3 spot out of East City. It's Ludo fighting it and he's battling out. Ludo's in on the 4 spot, but it's a battle to the finish line. Hudson Hislop taking the 1, Freddie Stransfield taking the 2, and Haro Shimada on the 3. Brought to you by the Taylor Lou family. It's the 8 to 9 girls. It's Miller Crawley. It's Pippa Walker. And it's Sage Lawrence. It's Angel Sevilla. It's Penelope Robinson out of the White Tackery and Evelyn Zhu. And out in the front, it's none other than Evelyn Zhu getting chased down from Pippa Walker. Pippa Walker in on the 2 spot. and Evelyn Zhu out of Mountain Raider sitting there on the 1 spot. It's a battle for the 3 spot at the moment as they're running through. They're definitely not backing down. It's a rubber meets the road, and it's all the way through. It's Evelyn Zhu. That's where it's at. She's got the 1. She's locking it in. Looks like she's dialed in all day long. It's Mountain Raiders in on the 1. Pippa Walker taking the 2. Dropping the gate. Quick smart as we roll through onto the 9 boys. This will be our C final. It's Archer Grimmett, it's Ryan McBride, it's Carter Lynch out of Hamilton, and Jack Green on the 95 plate out of Whangarei. But it looks like that'll be our Haru rider out in the front of the pack. Carter Lynch on the 925. We have ourselves a nice little work in there from Ryan McBride. We're missing 1 rider as we push it down. Our Hamilton rider sitting in on the 3. That's Carter Lynch. Coming back at us and see who's who as it get through. That'll be our Haru rider on the 88 plate with the 100 plate on 170. Archer Gurman sitting in on the 2 and taking it back on the 3 spot. That'll be our Carter Lynch. Dropping it in on the B final for the 9 boys, brought to you by the Lou family. It's stacked and racked. We got ourselves a serious contenders for the 9 boys, which is great to see. Nice little undercut happening as he pushes through. But we got some racing in there as it going bar-to-bar action all the way to the finish line on this. It'll be a 1 to watch. It's Gus the Bus Harris pushing hard as he gets into the mix. And it looks like we got ourselves Aaron Zhu and Cruz Yang and Lucas Massey with George Brew out of Hawke's Bay. Carter Phillips, but out there and pushing hard. It's a Harua rider there, a Parua rider. It's sitting there in on the 3 spot. Battling it all the way through. 9 boys. We got ourselves 9 boys A final. You can see the depth that they have here. It's Sota Shimata. Looks like he's on the inside line trying to make his way through to the whole shot position. And it looks like he's done it. He's done it. He's got it. But it's coming through on the 4 to the 3 spot. That'll be Liam Lang coming through from Mountain Raiders. Absolutely contestant going on with, looks like that'll be Maximilianaire Miles out of East City. He's fighting and he's battling it out there on the 5 spot. But it's a battle out in the front going back to back. Positions are changing. Quick smart. Who's got the legs as they get through onto that final? It's a drag race to the finish line. It's anybody's show as it's go for go. It's gusto to the top. Transponders all the way. Making our way into the 10 boys. Brought to you by the Chen family. It's our C final. Racked and stacked. We got ourselves 10 boys, a real depth of riders looking for the whole shot position. That could have been Benjamin Horsecross out of Sunset Coast, but it's anybody's game as they roll it down. We got ourselves a rider down, but it looks like he's back in the bunch and mixing it up on the 274 plate. That'll be Charlie Robinson out of Waitakere, holding strong on the 2 spot. Sitting nice with an apex as he come through on that second corner into the whoop section, getting himself busy as it's the 72 plate sitting there. That'll be Benjamin Horsecross, Sunset Coast, taking home the coveted plate for the number 1 on the C finals. 10 boys. Up on the gate, it'll be our B final. All right, we're good to go here on the 10 boys. It's the B final. Brought to you by the Chen family. dropping the gate and going downtown with a nice start in there. Nico Rosenberg out of Tiadamutu. Cooper Lawrence out of Hawke's Bay. Blake McIntosh out of Hamilton. Bowden Lamb in the mix. It's real boundary at the moment. Oh, we got ourselves a little RG Barty as Bowden Lamb holding it tight, holding it strong. Riding is pure out of Mountain Raiders. It's Bowden Lamb in the 1. It's real boundary in on the 3 spot. Long hair don't care, but he needs to push hard if he wants to get that 2 spot as he's getting down. It's Bowden Lamb in on the 1 spot. Let's see who's that in on the 2 spot. It's the 2 plate. It looks like that'll be none other than the 350. That'll Nico Rosenberg out of Tiadamutu. Sitting there tight, but it's Rio coming through real strong as he pushes it all the way to the finish line. I think he might have just pulled it out by a tail. Daniel Chen's family, it's the 10 boys final as they roll it down. Nice little gate start in there from Matua with the maritime over top of the double off onto the triple. It's Thor sitting there in on the 2 spot. It's Jaden Verrett sitting there on the 3. And it looks like that'll be Kingston Hislop in on the 4 spot with our 400 rider sitting there. Blake Ty out of Tauranga sitting there on the 4. It's Kingston Hislop just done an underpass. It looks like he's got the 4 spot, but he's got a lot of distance to ground. If he wants to catch up, it'll be Thor Pizzo coming through in on the 1. Thor's got the 1 spot. Matua in on the 2. Jaden Verrett taking the 3. Thor taking it home, taking the covered plate with Thor in 1, Matua in 2. Dropping the gate on the 10 to 11 girls, brought to you by Riders Ready. We have Paige Whitelaw, Georgia Poe Edwards, Alicia Ashton in there from Pyro with Hattie Barrington and Indy Smith. Ashlyn Lloyd from Mountain Raiders and Greta Zhu out in the front. That'll be none other than Georgia Poe Edwards slicing and dicing, mean in business. She got herself locked in, loaded, but all over her like a bad suit. That'll be none other than Ashton. That'll be Ashlyn Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders on the NZ number 3, sitting there in on the 2 spot with Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Coast in the 3 spot. Georgia Poe taking the 1. Up on the gate, it'll be 11 boys B final, brought to you by China Castle. Nico Martini in there with our Rotorua rider getting the whole shot. Oh my goodness, look at this. They're going to go 3 across into the first corner. It's anybody's game as they get into it. You can hear the crowd anticipation getting through there. You could cut that with a knife. It's Leo Hayes coming in from Sunset Coast. Noah Taylor from Whangarei. Liam Wilson in there from North Harbour with Nathan Clifford in there from Tauranga. Nice riding as they get through into the rhythm section. Who's got the rhythm as they pushing it down? As they get into there, the Rotorua rider goes high to low. He takes the undercut, but who's got the power to the finish line? It's a Rotorua rider. Looks like he's got it. Jackson Neal taking home the 1. Up on the gate, 11 boys, A final. Up on the gate here, we're just stacked and racked. It's 11 boys final, brought to you by China Castle. This is one you're going to want to watch. Getting in on the gate start. Looks like that'll be none other than Jackson Roputty, but he's battling hard, breathing down his neck. That's Caden McDonald in on the 2 spot. These guys have been battling hard all day long, trying to get a whole shot, trying to thread the needle. It's Caden McDonald sitting real tight, rubber to rubber. These guys are going to go hot, and they're going to go heavy into that second corner. Who's got the steam? But back on the gas is Jackson Roputty. No brakes. This boy is all in. It looks like it's Jackson Roputty out of East City. He's got the 1 spot. Caden McDonald is pushing it down hard. Who's got the line? Jackson Roputty's got the 1. Caden McDonald holding on to the 2. All right, brought to you by No Logo Oceania. It's 12 boys, a B final. Never back down and hold your ground as they come through. Nice work in there from Thomas Bramwell out of North Harbour. Nate Miles coming in from Tauranga. Looks like we have ourselves Luke Arisfield out of Mountain Raiders on the 154. He's got the one spot locked in and dialed down, riding his Mabel in the NZ New Zealand shirt. That's a 154. That's Luke Harrisfield looking strong as he's got the power in the pedals, but he's got himself a little bit of work cut out as he's getting himself some hot and heavy action on the 51 plate. Looks like that's Thomas Bramwell out of North Harbour trying to make his way through, get in on the one spot, but it's going to be up to the top to see who's got that. Transponders all day long. Up to the A final for the 12 boys, brought to you by No Logo Oceania. Stack Gate. One you're going to want to watch, it's Mata out of world number 1 in that mix as it comes through. It's Mata in the 1 spot, in the 2 spot, out of Mountain Raiders. It's Dylan Johns. Beautiful line as he runs through with the power on his Speedco. Looks like he's got himself dialed in. It's Mata coming through on the 1 out of North Harbour in the 2 spot. That'll be Dylan Johns. He's looking strong as well. We got ourselves coming through on the 3 as he comes through. It's the 308 plate. That's Baden Prescott. He's got himself the 3, and it looks like that'll be Jordan Dawson sitting there on the 5 spot with a Rotorua coming through on the 4, Max Olson. 12 girls brought to you by Bailey's Commercial. Yeah, we're just holding the gate there. Just a reminder for all of the riders that have not registered for Nationals, that is closing tomorrow at 12 a.m. That's tomorrow at 12. If you're wanting to register for Mighty 11's trials, you're also want to get in on the mix. And again, a big shout out to all the raffle winners today. Those names have been called. You make your way over there. That's Harley Logan getting first prize, with second place going to Lin Chow, and also Josh taking up third. Your phone number is 0211364005. You have won yourself a third pick for the raffle today. Thank you for everybody else that have put in the money to help support the club. Up on the gate is the 12 girls, brought to you by Bailey's Commercial. Just a reminder to all of those that have borrowed transponders today, please make sure you bring your transponders back to the point set. That's back to the point set if you have borrowed a transponder. We're back to the gate and back to the action here for our racing as they drop the gate here on the final for our Bailey's Commercial 12 girls. This one's going to be hot. This one's going to be heavy. These girls have been going neck to neck, elbow to elbow, pedal to pedal, spoke to spoke. It's no joke with a beautiful little undercut in there from Lily Hansen coming through there from the 3 to the 2 spot with Ruby Buckley sitting there on the cusp of it as she's sitting through on the 4 but making her way into the 3. Kicking down the door though, out in the front and leading it clean machine. It'll be Mia Grant in the 1. Lily Hansen coming through, getting the wobbles, but she's got herself locked and loaded. It's Cameron Colhoun sitting there on the 3. But Mia Grant out of North Harbour taking the 1. Lily Hansen there in on the 2. Beautiful riding in there from those girls. Up on the gate, we have ourselves the 13 boys, brought to you by Zach Nick. It looks like we got ourselves a final rider in the Jack Harmon out of Sunset Coast. He's going to ride on a solo at the moment. That's Jack Harmon out of Sunset on the 765 plate. Give him a round of applause. Give him a good loud cheer. Ladies and gentlemen, get in behind this rider as he makes his way through. It's the 13 boys, Sunset Coast. Make him feel loud. Make him feel proud. Get in on the action in behind him as he comes through. You want to give him a hustle. Give him the muscle. Give him the power to the punch. It's a 765 Sunset Coast as he rolls it through. Back onto the start gate. Back into the full roll. It's a 13 boys B final. Looking like he's getting over top of the table as he rolls it down into the triple, getting some nice work and some heavy lifting as they get through on this one. It's Tyler Crocker out of Tauranga, Jackson Carroll out of East City, Austin Shaw out of White Tackery, Thomas Ford out of Pyrule, with Jake Bramwell out of North Harbour with Mountain Raiders represent Aaron Drake. Charlie Panton coming through and coming in on the back. It's a 9-1-2 plate. Look like he's holding it down, and that'll be none other than Tyler Crocker out of Tauranga holding it down for the 1 spot. Battle in for the 2 as the B final. 13 boys up on the gate. It's the A final. It's going to be fast. It's going to be quick. It's going to be loud and proud as they roll it through. It's Tobias Dickinson on the inside, but he's getting some barge happening in there from Jai Martini, but he's able to squeeze himself through. It's No Logo sitting there in on the 1 spot. It's on the 4-6 plate. That'll be none other than Max Whitelaw. All day long, this guy's been pushing hard. Jai Martini is in there. This guy has definitely got his radar set with a nice little undercut in there as they come through with a pass on that second corner. That'll be a nice run as he pushes it down all the way to the finish line. It'll be an arch barge. Jai Martini looks like he's opened up the door. Has he got the steam? Has he got the runway? Oh, we'll have to go to the transponder to see who's get that one. Up on the top of the gate, it's the 13 girls, brought to you by Trackstars BMX Lock and Load, dropping down the gate with our world #1 in the mix. One to watch, Addison Harrisfield out of Mountain Raiders. Also in the mix is Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton, Nima Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders, Ruby Taylor in there from Fungaray, Stella Skelton out of Mountain Raiders with Devin Smith out of Sunset Coast, Peyton Carroll, East City, and Charlotte Hayward out of Mountain Raiders. But showing her talent out in the front, that's Addison Harrisfield. Taking in on the 2 spot. Looks like they've got that one dialed down as they roll it through. And on the 61 shirt, they're taking it back, but it'll be a Mountain Raiders on the 4-5 battling it out. As we roll through here on the 14 boys B final, we got ourselves a 3 on this one, locked and loaded. Rotorua on the 156, on the 2 plate, that'll be 296 with Josh Heffy out of the Waitackery. And it looks like that'll be Jack Duckett pushing it down, trying to get himself a #1 for the B final on the 14 boys. It's brought to you 156. He's got himself locked. If he can hold on to this one to the finish line, it's a 156 holding it down. It's Jack Duckett. Looks like he's going to push all the way to the finish line, taking the checkered flag. Home sweet home on that. It's a 14 by boys. It's Rico Ryan with the whole shot position. It's Reef Hendricks threading the needle, but it's Braxton Gillard in on the mix as he's sitting on the bubble. It's Reef Hendricks there. It looks like he's got that 2 spot at the moment, but it's Braxton Gillard going for the low spot. It's Rico Ryan on the 660 plate coming through on the 1, but it looks like that's Whitelaw coming through. That'll be Charlie Wetning coming through. Charlie Wetning there on the mix. It'll be a battle to the finish line. Looks like Braxton is just taking out the 3. All right, as we go into Wilkes Penny Motorcycles, 14 to 15 girls, it'll be the final. Maddie Newcomb all day long. She's done it again and got the whole shot position. Just shows you that the gate starts matter. The 777 plate looking good. That's Mia Parrott out of Tauranga. Looks like she's got the 2 spot, but it's none other than a Whitehack Grace Lardner, Chloe Dinsdale out of Whangarei. As the girls come through, making her way down onto the rhythm section, she's got the hustle and she's got the muscle. She's the one to watch. It's Maddie Newcomb out of Rotorua on the 1 with the 777 taking the 2. Mia Parrott out of Tauranga. Hitting the B final, brought to you by Zacking Strawberries. That's the 15 boys. Looking like he's got the whole shot position. Nice little line. That'll be a Cullum in there out of East City holding tight with the 1 spot at the moment. That's Cullum Leidman out of East City in the 1 spot. Also in the mix is Travis West out of Cambridge. Emerson Hohaya and Travis Marshall out of Pairua. It looks like it'll be bar-to-bar action all the way to the finish line, going high to low on the 704. Travis Marshall wants a little taste of the juice. Looks like he's drinking the Kool-Aid, and he's got himself the 1 punch. Taking in on the 2 is the 998 Cullum Lyman. Looks like this one's going to be fast, one you're not going to want to miss. Ben Anderson is screaming out of the gate. Looks like he's over top of that triple into the first corner with a nice whole shot position. Close in behind is the 250 plate, 260 Timothy Criswell out of Tauranga, and it looks like Tauranga sitting in on the 2, sitting in on the 3, but it's Ben Anderson. It looks like Trackstar's got him locked. He's got the 1, and it looks like that's going to be the 260 plate. Timothy Criswell going to have to settle now with a nice nose manual over top of the tabletop. 4-2. As we make our way into the Resolution Solution projects, looks like we have ourselves the 16 to 39, a male 20 inch, and that doesn't look quite right. We got a lot of riders on our mix here, and we're missing a couple as they go through. Great racing from these two as they're just showing their class, getting down on the mix, putting it in on the 270 plate. That'll be Nick Armridge on the wide tackeries. We have ourselves the women's junior as we go through with Ellie Biddick. It looks like she's pushing it down. Zoe Hartwell. It's Ellie Biddick taking a hold in the whole shot on the 71 plate out of Mountain Raiders. Zoe Hartwell out of Mountain Raiders as well, going in on the 2 spot with our Tauranga rider. That's Tyler Arnold sitting there on the 3 spot. But let's see who's going to be able to battle, who's going to be able to push it through to the finish line. It's a drag race. It'll look like Zoe's going to have to settle for 2. Ellie Billick has got it in on the 1. Up on the gate is the 40 to 49 males, 20 inch, brought to you by Big Brown Industries. Big boys on a little toys as they roll it through. Let's see who's going to have the power in their legs at the end of the day. It looks like that's Gareth Laughlin's been saving the juice. He's got himself nice, but it's a 615. He's out and he's dressed to impress. That's Alec Lynch. He's been battling hard. It's Alec Lynch sitting there in on the 2. Gareth Laughlin out of White Tackeries sitting on the 1 spot. It'll be the 3 spot that's up for the go as these boys are racing hard. It's the 6'2" 1 plate doing a nice undercut. He'll be taking home the 3 if he's got the power. That's Ben Watson out of Hamilton. As we move into Mapa Meets sponsoring the 50 plus 20 inch, we'll see if we can see who's who as they come into that first corner with a nice undercut in there from Harry Houdini. Mountain Raiders holding it down with Harrisfield holding in on the 3 spot, getting past on the inside line from our Waitackery rider. That'll be Philip Armstead in there on the 2, but sitting in on the 1 spot, that'll be NZ number 2, Greg Hughes, showing his skills to pay the bills. Greg taking the 1, Philip Armstead in on the 2, with Mark Harrisfield in on the 3. Dropping the gate on the big boys, it's Streetworks, brought to you by and sponsored by Snap Fitness as they roll it through. These guys are double classing. It's Ben Anderson there in the 1 spot, got the whole shot position. We just saw him pass by. This guy's got legs of thunder. He'll be passing into it and back on the gas around the 2nd corner. He's fast as fast. He's fast as glass. He's in the front, and he's leading it hard. It's sitting it tight in the 2 spot. That's Dario Piscolic out of Whangarei. He's going to have to battle and push hard, but it looks like he's got the 2 with Tauranga Rider taking in on the 3. Timothy Cresswell, that's our B final. Ben Anderson out of East City taking the 1. Dropping the gate, and this one's going to be fast. This one's going to want to watch as they come through. Looks like he's got this one. Look at the power. Look at the punch. He's got this one dialed down, and he's definitely putting down the tracks out in the front. That'll be none other than Deacon Connor taking in on the 1 spot as he rolls it through. Nice riding in as he's getting it down, and it's going to be on the 1 spot as he's pushing it hard. And it's Bryson Joyce sitting there in on the 2 spot, but he's got Max Richardson all over him on the 3. Getting it in on the street works with the Crankit of 15 females. We got Brooke Penny out in the 1 spot. It'll be battle for the 2 with a nice undercut from the 291 spot. That's Sophie Penny. It's a penny in the 1. It's a penny in the 2. And it looks like they're going to be racing in hard all the way to the finish line. This is 3 sisters going neck to neck, bar to bar. But it's Brooke out in the front. It's Penny in the number 2 spot. It's a battle for the number 3 as a nice little undercut as they push it down. And it's going to be a battle all the way to the finish line. It's Brooke Penny taking the 1. Up on the top, we're going into our cruisers as we mix it down, and our cruisers are running through. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs for our cruisers, brought to you by Riders Ready. It's 8 to 10 cruisers mixed. Okay, dropping the gate here, brought to you by Riders Ready. It's 8 to 10 cruisers. Looks like we've got ourselves a nice little handle on this one as he gets into it. Looks like that'll be Bowdenland on the cruiser in the 1 spot. Nice line as he pushes it down onto the 99 plate. That'll be our Rotor Rex Olsen coming through on the 2 spot. But he's got his work cut out for him. But he's getting it down. He's plotting the course. He's going the distance. It's a Bowdenland at the moment sitting there in the 1 spot. Bowdenland out of Mountain Raiders on the cruiser. Looks like he's going to hold on to the 1. But it's the 99 plate coming in on the high-low. Looks like he's just shot the distance, shot the speed, but he's lost his momentum. It's Bowdenland with the extra leg power at the moment, but it could be anyone's game over top of the finish line. Oh, up to the top. See who's got that one. Transponders. Every stroll into the cruisers 11 to 12, brought to you by No Logo Oceania. This one's going to be stacked and racked as they get through. It'll be Jordan Dawson sitting there on the 2 spot, but coming through on the 701 plate, looking like he's in charge. That's Baden Prescott. He's got this one locked in. He's in on the 1, getting down there, and Dress to Press in on the 3 spot. But it looks like Jordan Dawson is definitely battling him. He's got some power coming through, but it's Baden Prescott with a nice little whip over top of the double. It's the 811 plate sitting there. That'll be J.D. Prestoria sitting there in on the 3. Taking her home, though. Up on the gate is 15 to 29 Cruiser Male, brought to you by Wilkes Penny Motorcycle. Boys are definitely riding hard as they get into that first corner. And it'll be the 77. That's Kai Moana sitting there in on the 1 spot. It's Kai sitting there 1. He's got himself some bar-to-bar action. And let's see what happens as we push into that second corner and back on the gas. Kai's definitely laying it down. He means business on his cruiser as he's throwing it. We also have in the mix Liam Clifford out of Tauranga, Diego Haig out of White Tackers, Finn Barrington, Sunset Coast, Travis Marshall, Pyroa, Braden McRae out of Whangarei, Brock the Bomber Nelson. But taking her home is Kai Moana. Dropping the gate on the 35-40 males, We have ourselves a bar-to-bar action all the way down that straightaway, but he's making himself known all day long. Lance is coming through with a nice undercut. Oh boy, giddy up. This one's going to be fast to the finish line. Adam Lawrence is in the mix, and it's Johan Rosenberg sitting there on the 3 spot. But it's bar back to back, and let's see who's going to be tracking on the curbs. It's going to be Lance Dinsdale holding on to the 2. Johan on the 3, and Adam Lawrence on the 990 plate out of Hawke's Bay, taking her home on the 1, dialed in. Brought to you by Bailey's Commercial. It's 14 cruisers. This one's stacked. This one's racked. This one's got ourselves a Rotorua riders in the mix on the 3 spot. But it's a 115 plate out here in the front spot. 119, that's Zoe Hartwell out of Mountain Raiders. Our Tauranga rider sitting there tight. That's Tyler Arnold in on the 2. But it's Zoe Hartwell through the rhythm section. Looks like she's got this one if she holds the door shut and tight. But no, it's been open. There's a chance. Participation, satisfaction. It looks like our Tyler Arnold has taken the 1. Zoe settling for the 2. Our Rotorua rider, Amy Duckett, on the 3. Dropping the gate on our final race of the day. It's our 50 to 54 cruiser males. Daniel Martini sitting there in on the last spot with, looks like that's Craig Barrington out of Sunset Coast. Racing out in the front of the pack. That'll be Matt coming through on the North Harbour in the 1 spot with our Tauranga rider, Des the Parrot, in on the 2 spot. And it looks like that's Mark Harrisfield sitting tight there on the 3. But taking her home, that'll be none other than Matt Bold on the 1. Out of North Harbour, Tauranga rider getting loose as a goose as he comes through there, but taking the 2. And Mark Harrifield taking the 3 spot. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wrapping it up. Absolutely stunning racing over from all of the boys and girls out there. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the North Region champs wrapping it up. We had a race within a race within a race today with the Northern Region Race Series, round number 2. BMX National Series, round number 3, and bringing it home, racing for the riders, by the riders. It's a bonus round Crankit. A big shout out to Roger Hatting, a big shout out to our race director, Hannah Dawson, a big shout out to all our volunteers and all of our sponsors, and a big shout out to Daryl for putting it down on our live stream today. And thank you again to St. Luke's Tire and Mechanical for sponsoring our live stream. All of you, make sure you have a safe trip home. The track is now officially closed, and we appreciate all of your support, all of your help. Make sure you drive safe, and until the next time, ride to the conditions, ride to your ability, go hard or go home.